Okay, we're live.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. First, as many of you may know, we are able to have virtual meetings due to the governor's suspension of certain portions of the Open Meetings Act. As you may also know, the General Assembly has recently passed a bill to amend the Open Meetings Act so that we, along with other boards and commissions, can continue to host virtual meetings during this COVID-19 public health emergency, provided that certain conditions are met. One of those conditions is that I, as head of the board, determined that an in-person meeting of the board is not practical or prudent. In the event the governor has very recently signed Senate Bill 2135 into law, I am making a determination pursuant to the newly created Section 7E2 of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting of this board is not practical or prudent. Second, and as I mentioned last month, I, as chairman of the Zoning Board of Appeals and pursuant to an ordinance adopted by the City Council in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency, issued emergency rules governing the conduct of remote public board meetings and provisions for remote public participation, which are posted to the board's website. I encourage everyone who frequently appears before the board to familiarize yourselves with these emergency rules, as we do not know how long the COVID-19 public health emergency will last. In line with these emergency rules, today's meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals is a virtual meeting that is being simulcast to the general public via live streaming. It is also being recorded. We have established these virtual hearings in keeping with the mayor and city council's goal to continue government functions while maintaining transparency and public safety. But there are technical limitations to this format that we must collectively manage, particularly with respect to the presentation of new evidence during a hearing, the ability for applicants and objectors to resolve objections or amend proposals during the hearing, and the participation of large numbers of people. As a result, any material to be presented to the board, whether by applicants or members of the public, was required to be submitted in advance of the meeting. And in addition, everyone wishing to testify at today's hearing, whether on behalf of an applicant or in opposition, was required to register before today's meeting. Since this is only our second virtual meeting, I will go over a few things for those who will be participating today. Number one, we are operating under the emergency rules. So for all applicants and their attorneys, if you did not send us your exhibits by the cutoff date and time, you will not be able to reference them in today's proceeding. Number two, all participants will be listed as attendees within the Zoom meeting until your matter is called. At that time, we will transfer you to become a panelist. There will be a short switchover where you may lose the feed, so don't be surprised by that. Number three, once you are set as a panelist, please present your case. Board staff will be presenting the PowerPoint exhibits for everyone as we normally do, so you will not need to manage sharing your screen. 4, please be mindful of background noise and please mute yourself when you are not speaking. This is especially true if you have more than one microphone or you're logged in under more than one computer. Please make sure you've muted all but one device. In addition, please note that we have a court reporter preparing our record, so it is important that 2 people not speak at the same time. 6, if you are an active participant in this meeting, please do not watch the live stream. This will cause audio interference. I will repeat that. If you are an active participant in this meeting, please turn off your live stream and don't watch it in tandem. 7, please make sure you identify yourself whenever you are speaking. This goes for attorneys, applicants, and board commissioners. Since all of us are remote, we and our court reporters cannot always see who is talking at any given time. I will also be administering oaths for each witness individually to accommodate for this. 8, if an applicant or anyone in opposition to the application has any technical issues presenting their case and is unable to proceed, we will attempt to continue the matter until the end of our meeting to create a little bit of time to try and resolve those issues. But if unsuccessful, we will have to continue the matter until a subsequent meeting. Now, I'd like to call this virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals to order. I will take a roll call vote to establish quorum. Commissioner Garcia.
Here.
Commissioner Saul.
Here.
Commissioner Esposito.
Here.
Commissioner Toya.
Here.
I am present and quorum is established. I move that we approve today's agenda. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I also vote yes. The agenda is approved. I'm going to skip my regular general announcements and trust that the attorneys who frequently represent applicants before the board have internalized the revisions we made last year to our rules and what we expect of your findings of fact forms. Next, I will go to the continuances for today's call. There has been a aldermanic request for continuance on 15920Z. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on that matter? If not, then we will continue that matter until July 17th. no further notice will be given. Again, 15920Z will be continued until July 17th, and no
And
further.
Mr. Chair, the applicant is present. But I don't know if she was having trouble connecting with her audio, but she is present here today.
Okay, why don't we move her into panelists and just see if she has anything she'd like to add. While we're getting that set up, there's been a separate aldermanic request for continuance on 16220Z. We will continue that matter until July 17th as well. That's 16220Z. Will be continued until July 17th, and no further notice will be given. If anyone is here on that application that wishes to say anything on the continuance, we can switch you over to panelist as well. And it seems like nobody on 159. Miss Akins, do you have anything you'd like to say?
She's here. She just needs to unmute herself.
Okay, we're gonna keep going. Anybody here, Mr. Reese, on 162? Looks like no. Okay, again, both of those matters will be continued until July 17th. Now we will start with our call with application 15420S.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, good morning.
Before we begin, do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I am. You know what? Actually, my name is Erica Martinez. I am helping Miss Maria for translation purposes.
Great. Can you have her, I'd like her also to swear that she will tell the truth in these proceedings?
Dice que sí, puedes decir la verdad en estos procedimientos.
Sí.
Dile. She said yes.
Yes.
Great. Okay. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what you're trying to do and your beauty salon?
Okay. So what I'm trying to do is offer a variety of services to the community. Over here, I see the community has a lot of Hispanics. I am trying to, you know, generate more employees. Like if I were to open, I can have a employment. Also, I have a variety of services that I do make that are not offered around this area.
Can you, let me ask you, are you part of the, will you be part of the business at all, or you were just translating for the applicant?
Just translating, she just gave me like a brief like what she does and everything. I'm just translating.
Okay. Will you ask her to tell us a little bit about her experience in this industry?
Okay. ¿Cuál es tu experiencia en esta industria? La experiencia, tu experiencia que tienes.
¿Cuántos años?
¿Cuántos años tienes?
22 años, desde el 2002.
Okay.
Tengo experiencia.
So she's saying I have been in cosmetology for 22 years of working. She started in Mexico City. She had her own salon over there, so she came into the United States, hoping for, you know, to have a better future and a prosperous place, like opportunity. So she decided to come here and open up this place.
Got it. Can she talk a little bit about the what are the hours for this business that she's planning?
¿Cuáles serían los horarios para este negocio?
De 10 de la mañana a 7 de la tarde.
A 7 de la tarde, todos los días.
De lunes a domingo.
Okay. So the hours for this business would be around 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Sunday, every day.
Okay. And then Does she know how many employees or contractors she's planning to have?
¿No sabes cuántos empleados o cuántos contratistas planeas tener aquí?
Tendríamos capacidad para 8 empleados.
So she's saying that right now with this salon, she has the capacity of having 8 employees.
Okay. And can you, do you know what are there any other salons in the nearby area?
Yes, they are, but she's saying there's no problem with that because she has other services to offer. She is an expertise on the novelty of the hair braiding and extensions. So those things are not offered here. She has like to an extent of how to do them and everything. So she, like by opening here, she would bring a lot of people from around the city, not only here, but from everywhere. And she
Got
would generate more business for the stores around here as well.
Got it. Okay. Ms. Velasquez, are you reading the department's recommendation on this one?
Yes, I am.
When you're ready.
My name is Jeanette Velasquez. I am here to read the recommendation letter from the Department of Planning and Development.
Okay.
The department recommends approval of the proposed nail and beauty salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the nail and beauty salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics, and it is also designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
And Ms. Velasquez, do you swear that everything you said and will say later on in this proceeding is true?
I do.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the board? Okay, thank you very much. We'll take it under consideration.
I have one more thing though. I don't know if I could say something else.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, well, just to take a consideration, I have been here since October. That's what she stated. So she has been renovating the place up. So it is really, has an atmosphere, a cozy atmosphere for everyone over here. As well, she invested her savings into this place.
Do you know, is she ready to open after this, or is she planning on waiting? Or
as soon as like you give her the key to open, she is ready to open already.
Got it. Okay. Any other questions from the board? Thank you very much. We'll take it under consideration.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So next up is 15520Z at 1218 West Belmont Avenue.
They're here, Chairman.
Great. Are you, why don't you identify yourself and then I'll swear you in. You're on mute though.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, hi. My name is Arad Gurovich. I'm a principal of Belmont Development LLC, and we are developing this site with a mixed-use building with the commercial space on the first floor, a garage on the first floor, and 6 condominium
I
units.
apologize. This is the court reporter. I'm having a lot of problems hearing him.
Can you bring your mic closer to you or move closer to your microphone?
Is this better?
Court reporter, is that it?
Hello, court reporter?
Why don't you try it? Why don't you raise your right hand while we're testing that? And do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why don't you continue?
Okay, so my name is Arad Gurovich again, and I'm a developer of this project. It's a mixed-use building consisting of 1 commercial unit and 6 condominiums with the commercial units and garages on the first floor and the residential units on the remaining on the upper floors. We are requesting a variance from a 30-foot rear yard requirement for the upper floors in order to accommodate the units of the sizes demanded by the market. It's a tight site. We are required to have 2 internal staircases that take up a lot of space, and these are condominium units, so the prospective buyers are looking for at least a 3-bedroom, 2-bath unit, and that's what we are trying to offer. And in order to achieve that, we need a reduction of the rear yard setback for the upper floors of the building. The variance is granted will not change the character of the neighborhood, because it does not affect the roof of the building at all, and it will not diminish light, air, or safety to the neighboring buildings. The building will be of very attractive architectural design using premium materials. It's face brick and limestone. It's a modern-looking building, and it will be a very nice addition to the neighborhood. And the Alderman supports our request.
Can you talk me through a little bit about the hardship further? There was a reference in your findings of fact that something regarding your pile foundation.
Yes,
unspecified.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Because the neighboring building doesn't show a foundation, we need to make the foundation of our building as deep as theirs, and not to surcharge the foundation walls. And if we go that deep,
I'm really sorry. This is the court reporter. I'm having a lot of problems hearing him. If you can move closer to the mic.
Is this better? Because the neighboring building has a basement, an 8-foot basement, our foundation has to go to the level of the footing of the basement. Because if we are higher than that, we are going to surcharge the basement walls with the pressure from our building. Now, even though we don't have a basement, we still need to go that deep. If we go that deep with a normal type footing, we are in bad soil, and soil cannot support the load of our building. So we need to build our building on piles, and that adds about $250,000 to the cost of construction. So it affects our economics, but we have to do it. There is no other choice. And the other part of the hardship, again, because of the type of the unit that we would like to build and bring to the market. I mean, without a variance, we are limited to a smaller 2-bedroom unit, which is not, as an apartment would be fine, but it would not work economically, and it would be not desirable at the market for the condominium unit. We are trying to build 2,000 square foot condominium units, very large, comfortable, spacious, lots of light. And we built a similar project not too far away, and it was successful. And we are looking forward to the similar thing here.
What is the, talk to me about the actual economics of the project and the rate of return. If you received a variation as opposed to if you did not. You said it's about a $200,000, your hardship is $200,000 difference in terms of your construction cost. So if you didn't get the variation, what would be the return on the project? And if you did, what would it be? Hold on, I've muted you. Give me a second. Now you need to unmute yourself, actually. Okay.
Okay.
Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah. Without the variation, the project has negative. It's a loss. There's no way we can make it work. With the variation, we will probably make between $30,000 and $50,000 per unit.
Say it one more time, a little louder. How much?
without a variation, the project is economically unfeasible. It's a loss. We can't build it. With a variation, we'll probably make between $30,000 and $50,000 per unit at best. Rate of return is less than 15%. Basically, it's a very tight project.
You said less than 15%, right? 1.5?
Yeah, between 12 and 15 years.
Okay. And then can you talk to me a little bit about the project was rezoned recently, right?
Yes, sir.
And was that after you had already acquired it?
Yes.
So talk to me a little bit about what the rezoning was and why you haven't created your own hardship. Sounds like it won't really matter because the hardship is this issue with the neighbor having a deep foundation.
Yes. Well, the rezoning was strictly to increase floor area ratio. We are even though rezoning would allow us an extra story, we did not go there because the neighborhood felt that taller building would not fit. So the only thing that rezoning gave us is a little bit of extra floor area ratio. Otherwise, we are within the original zoning parameters.
Okay. And I want to clarify for the record, we have a letter from Alderman Tunney stating that he has no objection to this project, not that he's supporting it. So
Right.
you had stated earlier he was in support. Are you referencing something, some other letter or something?
No, that's how they express their support.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Can you talk a little bit more about your community process? This is Commissioner.
We had the project is almost 4 years old. We started very, very long time ago, and we had a community meeting, and there was some issues addressed, and
I'm so
Because
sorry,
the-
the court reporter. I'm having problems understanding you, sir.
Okay. The project started about 4 years ago when we acquired the property, and we had community meetings, and we met with neighbors. There were some issues that we addressed, dealing with architecture, materials, type of building they're building, and all of those issues were the variance request, and all of those concerns were addressed, and this is the result of the meeting with the neighbors, meeting with the aldermen, dealing with the open issues, and so this is what you see before you is the result of all of those efforts.
Commissioner Toya, did you have a question?
Yes, this is Sam Toya. So you did mention, first you mentioned that the alderman was supporting this project. Then the chairman corrected and said he was not opposed to the project. And then you've kind of mentioned a neighborhood group. I think that's Hawthorne Neighbors over there, if I'm correct. Again, you kind of garbled, so I can't hear everything you're saying. But tell me a little bit more. Obviously, you had some interaction with the alderman's office, which is great. But what's your interaction with the neighborhood group?
The only interaction with the neighborhood group was the initial meeting several years ago. Can you hear me?
Little bit, not really. I'm with the court reporter.
I'm 1 foot from the microphone, so the only interaction with the neighbors was the meeting several years ago, where we presented the project, and the neighbors raised their concerns and issues, and we addressed every one of them. And that was through the later interaction was through the alderman office.
Why was it several years ago? Could you help me understand why it was several years ago?
Zoning took some time, then the building design, then the foundation issue took some time to resolve because we tried to, do a standard foundation, we couldn't. So all of this, it's just, and it's a very time.
So you have not had any communication with the neighborhood group in the last several years?
Not personally, but Alderman office did, I believe, because when we, so it's a dual process. First was the rezoning, and after that it was a variance. And at that time when we talked to the Alderman about the variance, they contacted the neighborhood group and dealt with that. So that was
Yeah,
done-
I'm sure the alderman and the alderman's team have had interactions with the community
Yes.
group. I meet with them on a regular basis. I wasn't asking if the alderman has had interaction with the neighborhood group. I was asking if you have had interaction
No.
with the neighborhood group,
Not on this issue, not personally.
not in the last several years. All right, thank you.
Your proposal changed since you mentioned you made revisions from the initial interaction with the community group? Were those revisions sent back to them?
Absolutely. The initial proposal was for a taller building, and it was 8 units, so more units, taller building, little bit different design. And so the comments came in for a smaller, so we addressed all the comments. So what you see is the result of the input from the neighborhood.
And it has not changed, nothing, has anything changed in this
Nothing.
interim, this past few years?
Only the foundation, that's all. The thing.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you.
Next up is 15620S.
They're here, Chairman.
Okay, will you identify yourself for me and then I'm going to swear you in?
Hi, hi, I'm applicant and my name is Cammy Lee. Can you hear me?
I can. Is there a Chris Jepson with you? Or is there a Chris Jepson that is relevant for this project? I have a Chris Jepson signed up to speak on this. I was like, no, you are the applicant for this one?
I'm the applicant. My name is Cammy Lee.
Okay, do you have an attorney with you?
Yes, my attorney is Chris Peps. Chris, are you there?
Here we go. While he's getting his microphone set up, will you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I'm swear to tell you the truth and proceeding.
Okay, I'm going to read the department's recommendation while we're waiting. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed body art service, microblading, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Leanna Browse Beauty 8 Limited. Counselor, if you're ready.
I think Chris, he having a hard time talking on the microphone. So can you guys hear him?
Let's try again. Counselor, you're not muted anymore. Can you, why don't you say something and we'll see if we can hear you.
No, I cannot hear you.
Do you have an expert with you for your testimony? As a special use, you need to have an expert witness?
Yes.
Who would
Yes.
that be? I don't have any. Is that person with you or your attorney?
He's an appraisal.
Is he on? I don't have him signed up to testify. Is he prepared? He or she prepared to testify?
Yes, he said he in already. I don't know why. Can you check the?
What is the name?
His name is Peter Polos.
Yes, I'll promote him chairman if that's okay.
Yes, please do.
Chris, I don't see you on the screen.
Good morning, this is
We're having a hard time.
Can everyone hear me? This is Peter.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks.
I'm gonna continue this one until the end of this meeting so we can get your counselor's audio issues fixed. Okay, so we're gonna go through the rest of our call and we will do this one near the end again. This is 15620.
Chris, I can hear you on the phone, but, oh, okay, I can see you now. Yeah, good.
Counselor, can you say something so we see if we can hear you? I can see you talking. I can't hear you at all.
No, I cannot hear you on the screen, no. You may on the
Bottom.
corner, you unmute yourself, so you
Bottom left, unmute.
unmute it.
Okay, we're gonna keep going. We'll come back at the end of the meeting and we'll give you guys some time to figure that out. But I need all three of you, obviously, on mic. So let's keep going. We're gonna go to 15720S and 15820Z. While we're getting that set up, I'm going to read the department's recommendation for 157. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed 1- and 2-story gas station with retail, food, and second-floor office, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, NA Builders, Inc., and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated April 29th, 2019, including the site and landscape plans dated June 1st, 2020, all prepared by Thomas Buckley, architect.
They're here, Chairman.
Great. Okay. Who's the counselor on this one? Can you identify yourself? Or is this one pro se? Pro se. Okay. I need. Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. Hernandez, who's the main applicant? Why do you identify yourself for me?
My name is Cher Eli. SHER and ELI is the last name.
And are you the applicant?
Yes, I am.
The owner, right? Okay. Do you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I just.
And who else is with you as part of this application? You should have
My husband, Mirza Beg. It's my husband. We're together in this business.
Okay, I need him to raise his right hand and to say he swears to tell the truth in these proceedings.
Yes, I do.
Great. Who else? You should have, I think, an expert somewhere to testify.
I'm here. I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Woolen, okay.
Thank you.
Swear to tell the truth in these proceedings.
I do, sir.
And we recognize your expertise.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else testifying on this application?
No.
Okay,
Chairman, the architect has been promoted to a panelist if needed. Tom Buckley.
great. Mr. Buckley, I just want to get you sworn in. Do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings? Mr. Buckley, will you say something so I can tell if we hear you?
Yes, I agree to tell the truth.
Okay. Okay, then why don't you go ahead and present your case? Tell us what you're trying to do.
Do I explain it? Do I explain it? Yes, we are NA Builders Incorporated, and this will be a BP gas station at 11 South California Avenue. And we seek a special use to allow the construction of a new 2-story gas station.
And are you involved in the operation at all? Or you're just,
Yes.
Yes.
You will be operating the BP as well?
Yes.
Got it. Okay, and so you're looking for a special use
Yes.
for church parking, right? Tell me a little bit about how your traffic is going to be flowing, what you're doing for parking.
according to the layout, you see that the entrance is on California. They're gonna come in and pump the gas and out from the Congress. And there is an exit, so they can get onto the exit towards 290 East.
Okay.
Yeah,
Talk to me.
north. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. For your variation, can you
Yes.
articulate what, why you're trying to reduce your lot area and what your hardship is?
Yes.
Michael Wallen.
I'm here. I'm here.
You want to help them out a little bit on the variation?
Well, they're proposed, well, let me start if I can, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mike Wallen. My business address is 5 Revere Drive in Northbrook. My qualifications include being an MAI designated in 1984, my SRA, an Illinois State Certified Appraiser and past president of the Appraisal Institute. As the chairman and committee know, I've been involved with real estate for over 40 years in Chicago, Cook County, City of Chicago, etc. If I may introduce the file, based on previous hearings, I know I've been told it's a different committee, but calendar numbers 35817 and 35917, the applicant applied for and received a special use and variation on July 24, 2017. They didn't proceed with this approval at that time spent, and now they've got to reapply. The subdivision itself is a corner parcel, and the hardship is, in effect, the site's not big enough. It's a small site, 15,625 square feet. They want to build a 1 and part 2-story gas station with a convenience store, with the first floor proposed to contain 3,482 square feet and 698 square feet of second floor for office space only. As the chairman asked, ingress and egress, there's going to be one ingress and egress along West Congress, one ingress egress along the east side of South California. That's all there will be. In terms of stations, gas station pumps, the applicant's proposing 4 gasoline islands and parking for 7 cars plus the handicap space along the east lot line. There is also a 16-foot concrete and asphalt surface parking lot. Based on discussions with the applicant, they anticipate this center, this BP station being open 24 hours a day and security being video surveillance cameras to minimize neighborhood security. When driving this neighborhood, I found 7 different stations within 1.4 miles of the center, of the site, gas stations that are each open 24 hours. My initial concern was the 24 hours, but when I see that's pretty consistent with other stations within 1.4 miles, it's obviously been accepted by this neighborhood. Speaking of the neighborhood, we're in Garfield Park, approximately 4 miles west of the Chicago Loop, with Humboldt Park to the north, west side, near west side to the east, Lawndale to the south. This site has had community approval in 17. The applicant tells me they've had no objectors to the site. In fact, they have a letter of approval that I believe is on record from the church to the property to the immediate north, I'm sorry, to the immediate south of this property. I believe the chairman should have a copy of that letter. It's dated November 19, 2019. It's from the Good Hope Free Will Baptist Church, the property owner to the immediate south.
For the record, we do have that record in our file.
After speaking with the applicants, their intention to incorporate the center, the site, the design, similar to other gas stations and similar to other uses in the area. Potential noise is always a concern of mine as a real estate person, and the way they're buffering everything, it seems to be minimized. If the chairman wants me to go through the 5 standards, I am happy to. They're incorporated in our report that was submitted to the city. I don't have to, it's already there. It's up to Mr. Chairman.
Can you talk to me a little bit about, you may have just mentioned this when you're talking about your community process, but it looks like there's residential to the east.
There's
Uh,
resident, the immediate east, yes. And
Yeah, and-
after speaking with the applicant, they've had no objectors. They've had posted sign on that site and nobody has approached them.
But so there hasn't been though any kind of community meeting. It was just the postings, right?
Mirza?
There was a community meeting was held in 2017 with the aldermen also, and the church people was there also, and they would really like the project, and they had no objection at all. So they're really appreciating. Matter of fact, one of them has my telephone number, and they keep calling. When are you going to have this construction start? Because of their safety, because this corner is going to be well lit up, 24 hours open, and a BP very clean station. And we've been in this business past 20 years, so we know how to operate this place. And the neighborhood is really, people are very happy, and we're gonna have our employees from the neighborhood, as well as when we're gonna open the Dunkin' Donut, they're gonna operate, and they need at least 15 to 16 employees to operate the Dunkin' Donuts from 5 in the morning till 11 in the evening. And we're gonna be the 24 hours open at this location. And that's very helpful for this community. And they really would love to have us to be there 24 hours open, so they can have cut down their problems around here, throwing the bottles and all these little minor problems. So once we're gonna be there, it's gonna really help the community. And we're gonna have the employees from the community and from the area. And the back building, you see it next to the alley, these people are really appreciating this project because we explained them, we gave them our plans, what it's gonna look like. So hopefully, I mean, once we're gonna do the project here, and it's been approved once, and hopefully, I mean, my church people are very happy. And we just need your approval.
Tell me a little bit about you said you've been in this business for 20 years. Do you run other gas stations? And
Yes. One of the stations it has the same layout with the Dunkin' Donut BP gas station at 4359 North Pulaski. And I have another station which is 2801 West Division Avenue. It's a mobile mini mart as well as the Dunkin' Donut there. I've been in this business and this location past almost 12 years. So anybody can visit and take a look my operation there. And
have you
that will satisfy you.
And have you had any disciplinary action on your license from the city for those locations?
No, not at all.
Okay. And can you talk to me a little about what was the reason for the delay from your 2017 approval?
Because we have architectural issues in city building department, and between my architect is back and forth. That's delayed the project. And originally I hired the one architect, which is Don Johnson, and he was made so many mistakes into the plan. Then we changed to Mr. Tom Buckley, and he took over my project, and he made all the correction according to the city of Chicago building department. So now we are ready to go for it, and we need your approval so we can apply the permit.
Got it. And for, is it fair to say that for the gas station to be profitable, you need the sort of the stores that are associated with it and the other amenities that you can't really add because you don't have enough space without the variation? Is it fair to say that you need those
Yes.
other components to have the project be financially viable?
Yes.
Okay. When you did your community meetings for the 2017 project, were these residential buildings to your east there at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
No.
From our board, sorry, not you. Like, no,
Oh,
okay.
Yes.
Then we will take it under, let me actually just confirm for our records. So the president of the applicant is Cher Ali. You're the president is your official role in the entity?
Yeah, she's my wife. Yeah, she's right here.
Okay. Okay. Then we will take it under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
you so much.
Okay, next we're gonna go to 15920S.
Okay.
Chairman, I think that one was continued.
Yes, it was. Thank you very much. So for 16020S, I understand we have two people who have signed up. Looks like a Cindy Babo and Arthur Sipta. I need you to identify for me if you are part of the applicant or in support of the applicant or objecting.
Yes, this is Cindy Bitbabo, and we're in objection to the request.
Okay, and then, so for the applicant, is that Mr. Hernandez? Are you on this line?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Tybin Hernandez.
Okay, so let me just ask you as a preliminary matter if you're aware of these objections and if any of you have already spoken.
I have not spoken. I was attempting to speak with the owners next door to my property, but nobody returned my call. And I have contacted my alderman's office, and they have mentioned that the owners next door were concerned of my opening, and but they couldn't give me, you know, a contact information. I received a phone call from the alderman yesterday saying that he will remain neutral in this matter.
So so for our two objectors, are you the neighbors?
Let me just introduce myself. Good morning. My name is Arthur Stipta. I'm the attorney for one of the objectors, which is Sport Cuts, which is the property next door at 4362 North Milwaukee Avenue.
Okay, so for our applicant, because you have objectors, you're gonna need, we have to continue this and you're gonna need to have an expert with you, an expert witness. So we can-
I'm not able to present my case. I'm sorry.
No, not if you have objectors, you're gonna have an expert witness for you, with you. And for our attorney who's representing the neighbor, if you're gonna present the objection, you also actually have to have the neighbor there. You're gonna have to have your client here as well. So for Ms. Hernandez, I can put you on for the 19th of June in 2 weeks, if you think you can have an expert ready by then. Otherwise, I will continue this until July 17th. But you tell me.
Chairman, we're bumping back our 19th meeting to the 26th.
Yes, that is correct. So I can put you on for the 26th or for July 17th.
The sooner the better. I'm not sure what the objection were because I was really clear that there was not going to be a competition. We're a school, we're not a salon. It's to primarily teach nails and aesthetics. So I understand that next door is Sports Cuts. So it's a barber shop doing hair, and we were not doing hair.
Is our objector, unless you're gonna withdraw your objection, we're gonna have to continue this. So if that resolves your objection.
No, I don't believe we're withdrawing our objection.
Okay, then we're gonna continue this until June 26th. Again, for the applicant, if you want to reach out to board staff just to make sure you have your requirements in order, you're gonna have to get an expert witness, okay?
All right. Is there a
Okay.
way that I can communicate with the objector personally outside of this to resolve the issue?
Yes, why don't you reach out to our board staff, or we have your information so we can just transfer information so you both have it rather than having them give numbers, et cetera, on the call.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Thank you.
I'm not gonna give any further notice on this one. It's gonna be June 26th. Next up, we're gonna do 16120Z.
Hello.
Hi, can you identify yourself for me?
Hi, my name is Nicholas John Fortuny.
And do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Why don't you tell me, you're the applicant, right?
I am.
Okay, why don't you talk to us a little bit about your application and what you're trying to accomplish?
Sure. So what I'm trying to accomplish is remodeling my one-story home into a two-story. I have two setbacks that I am proposing. One in the front and one in each side of my home. They're small setbacks. The one in the front is only to have an overhang, a small overhang over my porch. And the side setbacks are even smaller, and those are just so I can have a limestone piece that will separate my first floor to the second story, because I have common brick on the first floor and I want to keep building up with brick, but to find the same 50 or 60-year-old brick will be almost impossible. So I want to put a piece of limestone in between to try to break it up to so the brick almost looks matching to the eye. And that's all that I'm seeking.
And you're essentially sticking with your existing exterior walls. You're just going straight up from what you already have?
That's correct.
And so what you already have is non-conforming, right?
Right.
Your hardship is essentially that your existing place is non-conforming, and I believe in your note or in your application you noted that most of the houses on the block are all already 2 stories, and this unit or this building is one of very few that are still at 1 story.
That's correct.
And so it sounds like you're concerned that without kind of matching the rest of the properties on the block, when the day might come that you're selling or somebody in the family is selling the place, it's not going to be as marketable.
Well, that's one of them, but my main concern above that was that I'm going to be starting a family soon, and I want to make sure that I have adequate space for my family in my home.
Okay, any questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you.
Next up is 16320S.
Here, Chairman, they just have to unmute themselves.
Okay, once you have unmuted yourselves, and why don't you identify yourself for us?
Yeah, good morning. My name is John Arango, and I got Michael Parra here with me as well.
Perfect. Before you go any further, will you raise your right hands and swear? Do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, we do. Yes, I do.
Okay. Talk to me about what you're trying to do. You're trying to open a barbershop?
That is correct. This is a very desirable area. Michael is an experienced barber in the area. He's been doing so for about 8 years in that specific area within maybe 5 blocks of this location. Has a large clientele, and it's just time for us to do our own thing. We were super attracted to this place to the point that we signed the lease, since I believe February already, just to make sure we locked it in. It's within walking distance from the train station on Lawrence and Kimball. We have 2 high schools that are less than a mile away, and we don't have any barbershop that focuses on catering to especially men nearby. We only have a nearby beauty salon, but their business is focused more toward doing highlights and women's haircut. We're not going to do any of that.
Where's the, presumably your existing clientele, you're anticipating some of them will come to the new location?
Yeah, all of them, we're hoping. That is correct.
What's the existing, this is the first business that you guys will run?
No, Michael is still employed, and that's why we're trying to do our own. Right now, he's on Lawrence and Avers. It's called Johnny Blades. So like I said, that's literally about 7 or 8 blocks away from there, not too far.
And so just to confirm for our records, this is Michael's business. And what's each of your roles in the business?
We're partners. We'll be partners with the only difference that I will not be cutting hair myself. Michael will be the master barber at the location at all times.
Got it. Okay, and then your hours of operation?
We're shooting for 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. We're from a Christian background, so we're most likely to be closed on Sundays, but we're still debating on that. But it'll be most likely 9 to 7. However, the barber shop, sometimes, people walk in 30 minutes prior, you might stay there an extra hour. But that will be the ideal, 9 to 7.
Got it. And how many employees? Is it just you guys? How many?
No, we're thinking of having 6 barbers minimum. That's another thing that attracted us to this specific location. There was a barber school that opened up about 2 blocks away from there. So there's constantly going to be barbers flowing from this location, and we want to attract them because, our mentality is that, we'll start up with this one, but we're thinking of making Fade O'Clock a chain throughout the city. But this will be our first location, and we're thinking of benefiting from these new barbers that are going to be licensed and coming straight from this place.
Got it. Ms. Velasquez, you're reading the recommendation on this one?
Yes.
Go ahead.
The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed barbershop. The department finds that this proposal complies with all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the proposed barbershop will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics, and also it is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Any questions from the board?
I apologize. This is the court reporter. If I could just have the gentleman that was on video talking most of the time repeat his name.
My name is John Arango.
Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is 16420S. And while we are getting that set up, I will read the department's recommendation.
Mr. Chair, we also were just sent a letter of support from the Alderman's office as well.
This is for 164?
Correct.
Okay. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed indoor physical fitness center, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Beat the Streets Chicago, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated June 5th, 2020, prepared by the applicant. Counselor?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant. Here with me today is Mike Powell, who's the executive director of the applicant, and Mark Walsh, who is the architect from the project from Perkins and Will.
Counselor, sorry, before you proceed, I just want to get everybody sworn in on the record so I don't forget to do that later. So, Mr. Powell, do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
And let's see, who is your other person?
Mark Walsh.
Mark Walsh, do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Peter Poulos.
Peter, we recognize your expertise as well. Okay, Counselor, if you can unmute yourself.
I am. The matter before you involves a parcel of property, has about 25,000 square feet on South Archer Avenue. It is improved with a approximately 10,000 square foot building. It was previously used as a Cardinal fitness facility. And has about 26 parking spaces on site. The applicant is a Chicago, Illinois not-for-profit that is dedicated to providing youth life building skills through wrestling as a vehicle. They currently operate in Chicago, have served approximately 2,000 youth in the city, and they are looking for a home essentially because they don't have a set facility today to provide these services. The idea is to take this now vacant building and convert it into their home as well as their administrative offices, having in there areas for wrestling as well as a few classrooms for conferences with the students or counseling with the students, and also some administrative space for their offices in the city of Chicago. We have met with the alderman. There is no objections to this. We've been out in the community. There has been no objection to this proposed facility. We believe it meets all the standards. Mr. Chairman, all of our witnesses have either provided a report or affidavit summarizing their testimony. If you'd like, I can truncate this by just having them attest that their testimony would be consistent with their affidavit/report.
Yes, please do that.
Let's start with Mike. Can you please state your name for the record?
Mike Powell?
You're the executive director of Beat the Streets?
Yes.
And you previously signed an affidavit summarizing your testimony on this matter. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. Mark?
Yes.
Well, first state your name for the record.
My name is Mark Walsh.
You're the project architect for this project?
Yes.
And you previously signed an affidavit summarizing your testimony on this matter. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. Peter, state your name for the record, please.
Peter Poulos, P-O-U-L-O-S, Certified General Real Estate Appraiser, State of Illinois.
Thank you. And you have reviewed this project in the neighborhood and prepared a report. And if you were to testify today, your testimony would be consistent with your report.
That's correct.
Thank you. I should note for the record, because it's always good, that Perkins & Will is providing services not on a pro bono basis. Just want to give them credit where credit is due. With that, Mr. Chairman, if you have any questions, we would be happy to answer them.
Are there any questions from the board?
For clarification, this is Zurich Esposito. Could you describe Perkins & Will services? They are pro bono or they are not pro bono?
They are pro bono.
Oh, good. Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
That's why I was giving them credit.
Terrific. That's wonderful. And then I have another question. How does Beat the Streets currently provide their services, their clinics, their camps? Where are those being held now in the absence of a headquarters?
Mike can answer better, but they basically use existing facilities. It's sort of I'll call it a traveling show, for lack of a better word, as with the various schools and other gym type facilities that are in the city.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you. We'll take it under consideration. Next up, we are going to 16520S, 16620Z, and 16720Z. While we're doing that, I'll read the department's recommendation for 16520S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed residential use below the second floor for a proposed 4-story 19 dwelling unit building with ground floor accessory uses and 10 required on-site parking spaces, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated October 11th, 2019, prepared by Built Form Architecture.
I don't know if everyone's on, Mr. Chairman. I am. I'm here. Rolando Acosta, the attorney for the applicant on this matter.
Counselor, why don't we do the same drill? If you'll identify the rest of your witnesses, and I'll just swear them in one by one, and then we'll go from there.
Sure. So I should have Andy Ato here from the applicant, representing the applicant. I have Arden Freeman, who is the architect for the project from Built Form Architecture, and Peter Poulos, our appraiser for this matter.
Okay, so Mr. Ato, do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Freeman, do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
And Mr. Poulos, the same?
I do.
And we recognize your expertise as well. Okay, Counselor, go ahead.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This parcel is on what is the southeast corner of 24th and State. It is currently vacant. The proposal is to build a 4-story building containing 19 dwelling units with 10 parking spaces to the rear of the property. The 10 parking spaces would be accessed from 24th Street. The one of the dwelling units, one of the 19, would be on the ground floor, which necessitates the special use for which we have filed the application that's before you today. We also have two variations here. One variation is in the rear yard setback, which would be the eastern property line of this building. You can see this image that has been placed on the screen. That's our building to the immediate east. You can see that they have basically a solid blank wall. Based on the setback, which would be only for the upper floors, we would be about, on the upper floors would be 11 feet 8 inches from the property line. On the ground floor, we would be 2 feet 4 inches because the ground floor has a larger footprint, given that the parking is in the rear of that particular floor. The third item before you is a variation to waive the one required loading berth. This building has 27,000 square feet. As I'm sure you're aware, the threshold here is 25,000 square feet. So we're just slightly over the threshold, causing the requirement for a one loading berth. These are intended to be co-living units. They are furnished apartments. Hence, there is little need for sort of a loading space for the bigger move-ins because that will not occur. Move-ins, move-outs basically consist of people's individual belongings, and we can easily accommodate that either on the curb on 24th or through the use of our parking areas. We don't anticipate as much parking demand as we're providing. We're providing this because this is the reduction based on the TOD. There's a transit location immediately north of this. I think it's called the UIC on State Street, about a block and a half north. That is a summary of our case. Like in the other matter, we've also met with the Near South Planning Board. We've received a letter of support from them. I believe you have it on file. And also we have a letter of support from Alderman Dowell, the alderman for the ward. I can proceed, Mr. Chairman, as I did in the prior matter, and just ask my witnesses to affirm their prior statements to the board.
Before you do that, Counselor, can you just talk through the differences in the rates of return with and without the two variations?
Sure. So let me just get to the form so I give you accurate numbers. So on the loading berth matter, to make it simple, because it will undoubtedly become more complicated if we are not able to secure the variation. We have two issues, just to talk to you for a second about hardship before I get to the rate of return, so you understand what we did in the pro forma. We have a lot that is substandard in both dimensions. It's 78 feet on 24th and 115 feet, I believe, on State Street. So it's a shallow lot. If we were to put in a loading dock, we would have to raise the first floor, which would then throw the second floor out of alignment or block some windows. For simplicity on the pro forma, we assumed it would reduce the number of units by 1 from 19 to 18. With that reduction, the pro forma would be at a negative 5.26 return. With the variation, the projected profit here is 4.64. So it's about a 10-point swing, but it's coming from the negative to the positive.
Okay, then yeah, let's go ahead.
With respect to the setback, that would cost 4 units. And well, we actually did it 2 ways, configuring the property 2 different ways. In one situation, the unit loss would be 1. In another situation, if you rotated the building, essentially, the unit loss would be 4. Without the variation and the loss of 4 units, the return would drop to 2.1. With the loss of 1 unit, the return would drop to 3.85. With the variation, the return would increase to 4.64.
Okay, let's go to your witnesses and just get them confirmed on the record.
Andy, you are the representative of the applicant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Andrew Ato.
And you previously signed an affidavit summarizing your testimony on this matter. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. Arden, can you state your name for the record, please?
Arden Freeman.
You're the project architect on this matter?
Correct.
And you previously signed an affidavit that summarize your testimony on this matter? And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. Peter, state your name for the record, please.
Peter Poulos, Poulos, Certified General Illinois Appraiser.
So you have reviewed this proposal and the neighborhood and prepared a report summarizing your findings relative to the standards for approval. And if you were to testify today, your testimony would be consistent with your report.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we will stand for questions.
Any questions from the board?
I have a couple. The building next door, do you guys own it or is that a separate owner?
To the east, it's a separate owner.
Have you talked to them about the setback, and if so, are they okay with it?
So we've exchanged some emails. I think initially they had a concern because if you read our variation request, it reads like we're going to 2.4 feet, 2 feet 4 inches from their property line. I have clarified for them that we are on the upper floor is 11 feet 8 inches, and I have heard nothing further from them. So I am assuming they are happy with the result.
Okay. And then can you just describe this co-living concept a little bit, please?
So, and Andy can do a better job, but I will try to summarize it. Essentially, it's geared towards roommates. So, and it's not unlike a regular apartment that may have multiple bedrooms where you have multiple roommates. The difference is here is that the individual roommates sign separate leases. So that facilitates if someone wants to move out, eliminate some of the issues that the other two roommates under a standard lease are then obligated on the entire amount of the rent. Also provided within the rent are a lot of services. So things that usually cause friction between roommates, utilities are included. There is some basic needs for having an apartment, like paper towels, toilet paper, cleaning services are all provided as part of the rent. So, and as well as a furnished apartment. So it sort of facilitates the ability for younger people to find more reasonably priced housing and not have the issues of multiple parties all signing one lease and basically obligating each one of them individually to the full lease.
I'd like to clarify one point for the record. They all sign one lease, joint and several. It is actually
Will
one.
you identify yourself for our court reporter?
Sure. This is the owner, Andy Ato, developer.
And can you restate your clarification for me?
Yeah, each apartment is one lease, not each individual. So all four individuals sign one joint and several lease.
But they have options for exit, so to speak.
They also have a membership agreement. That membership agreement is with the operator that we work with, Common. They're a national operator of co-living properties. We actually have other assets open here in Chicago that have been very successful. And this will now be our fourth co-living property operated by Common.
Any other questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Garcia. So is who is your target audience for these apartments, and what are the rates that you're expecting to charge for these properties?
The average age tenant in Chicago for our buildings is 27 years old. Typically, they're new to the city and do not have a lot of other friends here yet, so they're looking to meet new people and socialize with folks within the building. We do get a few students. There's sometimes a misunderstanding that it's a student population, but most of the people are either first or second jobs in the city and are looking for a more affordable place to live. To give you an understanding of the cost, the average rent that we're expecting is around $11.50, and that includes all utilities and all dry goods supplied for you, things like your dishwasher fluid, laundry detergent, paper towels, toilet paper, all the things that all the pain points that roommates would share and sometimes argue about are actually supplied for the tenants. And that if you factor in all those costs, it's about a couple $100 a month. So really the tenant is paying closer to $9.50 a month.
Okay, and so you said there are 4 individuals in each unit, so there's 4 bedrooms. Is that
correct? Yeah, 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms.
Okay, and for going back to this question of how the lease works, so someone comes in new, doesn't know other folks, how do they get placed, or how do they become a group of four, I guess?
It's actually random. They do not do roommate matching. They find this to be a better mechanism to putting people together. In fact, if you try to match people, sometimes it can be too much of a science. So they have a lot of experience in just matching people randomly. It's more based on the view they're looking for and the price point they're looking to pay.
Okay. As a former resident advisor in college, I was just curious about roommate conflicts and all those other fun and exciting things that happen when you get four people living together.
Of course, there's challenges, and sometimes they do have some flexibility and they allow someone to relocate. Once you've made a couple requests, they realize that you're probably the problem, not the roommates. So they only allow a couple, but they do have some flexibility there.
Okay, great. And you said this is the fourth property you have in Chicago. How long have those others been in operation?
So we have one building that's been open since June of 2018 in Pilsen on Racine. It's been fully occupied. In fact, it's still very well occupied even through the pandemic. And we have a building that we just opened at Loomis and 15th. And also we just opened another building at on Western Avenue, just north of North Avenue. It's a small 3-unit building. So this will be our fourth property in the co-living space.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration. Next up is 16820S and 16920S. And while we're getting those set up, I will read the department's recommendations. For 16820S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed conversion of an existing 4-story retail, office, and 69 single-room occupancy unit mixed-use building to a retail and 75 single-room occupancy unit building with residential use on the ground floor, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, 1124 West Wilson Investors, LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated December 19, 2019, prepared by Gansari and Associates, LLC. And for 16920S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the reduction in the required 2 parking spaces to 0 for a transit-served location to convert an existing retail, office, and 69 single-room occupancy unit building to a retail and 75 single-room occupancy and 1 dwelling unit mixed-use building with residential use on the ground floor, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, 1124 West Wilson Investors, LLC, and the development is consistent with the design layout of the plans and drawings dated December 19th, 2019, prepared by Gansari and Associates, LLC. Counselor, why don't we do the same drill? If you'll identify your witnesses, I'll swear them in, and then we'll go from there.
Rolando Acosta, here on behalf of the applicant. I have here with me Mr. Andrew Ato again. I have Mr. Andrew Wang, who is the architect for this project, and Peter Poulos, who is our appraiser for the project.
So, Mr. Ato, you're still under oath. Agreed?
Yes.
Mr. Wang, do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
And Mr. Poulos, you're still under oath, and we still recognize your expertise. Counselor, why don't you take it away?
Thank you. Some of you may be very familiar with this particular piece of property and building. I'm sure Mr. Toya is, but this is the former Wilson's Men's Hotel, which was the last Cage Hotel, I believe, in the city of Chicago at one point. It had 246, let's call them rooms, although the rooms didn't really have full demising walls, hence the being known as a Cage Hotel. Mr. Ato's company purchased the building, is rehabilitating it to provide SRO units, but more that are more livable, that create real units as opposed to the prior configuration. We have signed an agreement with the city of Chicago to retain 20% affordability under the ARO on this property. So that would yield, with the total of 75 units, 15 affordable units on the site. It has gone through a full community process as we started to convert this building. The matter before you today involves 2 special uses. One is so that we can locate residential units There were residential units before on the ground floor. We just occupy more space and have slightly more units than were there previously. And it's essentially on the rear of the ground floor. That is important because the frontage remains as commercial space. So the frontage on Wilson will still stay and be perceived by pedestrians to be commercial. This is a very deep building, and as a result, it is too deep for true retail, and the rear of it has always been used in connection with the units above. So that's the nature of one special use. The second is this is a lot line to lot line building with very little, or virtually lot line to lot line, very little space in the rear. We are very close, about 200 feet from the CTA stop at Wilson. So it's been transit oriented, and there's physically no room on site to provide the 2 additional parking spaces. There's a number of bus lines, the Broadway bus, the Montrose bus that are proximate to this site. So we don't really believe there's a need for the parking, and we think there is suitable public transportation in the immediate area. It is that reduction in parking that is the subject of your second special use.
Councilor, can you talk through a little bit the history of this property? There was an intermediate owner, right, between when it was operating as the Wilson Men's Hotel and
No, Mr. Ato bought it directly, or his entity bought it directly from the prior owner.
And so that was not under the city's SRO ordinance, presumably, right?
It was under the city's SRO ordinance, and all relocation occurred pursuant to that ordinance, being supervised every step of the way by Stephen McKenzie of the Law Department, as well as what is now Department of Housing, at that time, Department of Planning.
Got it. Okay. And so the sort of covenant for the 20%, the 15 units being affordable for 15 years is under that, the rubric of the SRO ordinance?
No, it's in order for us to qualify for an SRO, we must have some level of affordability in the building. Otherwise, under the zoning ordinance, we do not qualify as an SRO. So it was part of that, but really it was part of our basic zoning for this project.
So in particular, the portion of the SRO ordinance that I'm curious about, and I may be remembering this wrong, is there is I think essentially it operates as a waiting period where, advocates, I think the idea was they could go find a buyer or come up with their own financing to buy the property. That's not what happened here, right? This is a sort of private entity that came in on its own, presumably at the end of that waiting period. And is that...
So we had to wait the waiting period. So we went through the waiting period, or the prior owner went through the waiting period before we could acquire. And then when no one appeared other than Mr. Ato's entity, we then went through a relocation process, providing relocation assistance to all of those who wanted to be relocated. And so that was also supervised. So the waiting period, the relocation process, all was being supervised by the city, law, as well as planning/housing. I should note that this building was in deplorable conditions when it was occupied. It is very likely that, absent Mr. Ato's acquisition of it, it would have been shut down by the city. I mean, you had non-functioning plumbing. It was not a pleasant place to be.
And do you know, is there the sort of numbers everybody has been placed, and are any of the prior residents coming back as part of these 15 units?
Andy, I think, knows the answer.
Yeah, a few have expressed interest, but we will not know until we announce the opening of the building, and then we provide notice to those tenants as priority interest. We won't know if they will actually come back until that time, until the building is completed later this year.
And that priority notice you give them is also required under the ordinance?
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
Sorry, how many residents were there when you purchased the building?
142 people were living there.
And then what did the relocation assistance, was that just giving them a payment? Was that placing them in alternative?
Yeah, we hired a team of people that we employed to service the tenants. There's a woman in Uptown that's facilitated in the thousands of people and relocated and found them new housing. So we hired her as the captain of the team, and she found 3 people that were fairly new out of school with some with some degrees that can help people in this. We had a very difficult tenant base here. Some of them were indigent, some of them had psychological challenges. I mean, there was a lot of really, it's a very complicated tenant base. So it was handled, what I would say, with kid gloves. We spent close to $500,000 on that process, including giving not only the $2,000 as required by the ordinance, but we also gave them additional funds to find housing.
Can you talk through the, so what will, outside of the 15 units, what will rent be for the others?
The average rent will be $1,250.
And that, is this similar model where that's including, whatever it is, dishwasher?
No, this is different. These are rented to individuals. Each apartment is separate, individual leases. They are not furnished, except for the appliances. I mean, there's a full kitchen in each unit, so they're furnished with appliances, but they're not furnished with furniture.
Got it.
And
There are amenity spaces that are furnished, but that's it.
Sorry, and there's bedroom size, there's studios?
Yeah, they range from 220 to 200, about 280 square feet. I think is the largest unit. We have there's a single one bedroom on the first floor. That's a little bit larger.
Compared to Andy, I just want to, previously, if I remember correctly, we were talking about units, and I put that in quotes, that were roughly 8 by 8, 8 by 10.
7 by 7.
Oh, thank you.
49 square feet.
Okay.
What do you think, sorry, the maximum occupancy for the building then?
Currently or back then?
I heard that there were 142 tenants previously, so I'm just trying to compare the two. So
Okay, so when it was the Wilson's Men's Hotel, it was 246 units, of which at the time of acquisition had about 140 that were occupied. Now we are at 75, assuming that we secure the special use, and it would be these are single units. I mean, it's intended to be one person per unit, perhaps two in the one bedroom, but you'd go to 75 individuals plus maybe, I guess 74 plus 2, 76 max.
Okay.
Okay, Counselor, will you get your witnesses on the record with their affidavit?
Sure. Andy, please identify yourself, state your name for the record.
Andrew Ito.
And you're the representative of the applicant.
Yes, I am.
And you previously signed an affidavit summarizing your testimony on both special uses. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with those affidavits?
Yes, it would.
Andrew, state your name for the record, please. Andrew? Andrew? He may have turned off his mic.
I apologize. I thought I had it.
Okay, great. State your name for the record, please.
Andrew Wang.
And you're the project architect for this project?
Yes, I am.
And you previously signed an affidavit that summarized your testimony on these two special uses. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with those affidavits?
Yes.
Thank you. Peter?
Yes.
State your name for the record again.
Peter Poulos, P-O-U-L-O-S.
You undertook a review of this project as well as the neighborhood and prepared reports on both special uses. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with your findings in those reports?
Yes, that's correct.
Stand for any additional questions the board may have.
Any questions on the board?
Yes, I have a couple questions. So obviously, as you counselors, you know, I know this part of town very well. Again, this is Sam Toya. So who will be deciding screening, who will qualify for the affordable units? Will they be longtime residents? As we know that Uptown has always been a community that was big on affordable housing. It's changing a little bit now over the years here. but could you go a little bit deeper on who will be, qualified for the affordable housing units in this building?
I think the first step would be anyone who was a prior resident who was signed up to requesting to return to the property. I think they get priority over everyone else. I think the rest is just market. So the city is actually, it's up to Mr. Ato's entity to screen those. Obviously, there's always a preference for people who are nearby the property, but there's no.
Yeah, I understand preference, but again, this is a community that's going through some rapid gentrification, and I just think it would be behoovant if we could go on record knowing who will qualify for these affordable housing. My opinion, it should be long-term residents that have been in Uptown, maybe going back to the 70s. So I'd like to go a little bit deeper on that.
And I don't know that Andy can address.
Rolando, I can answer that question, I think, pretty well. I mean, the tenant, the requirement is that they are 60% of area median income or less, and we went through the same process at our building at 851 West Montrose. We have 18 units there. It's also an SRO with the same rent profile. We opened that building over a year ago, and all 18 units were filled with people that we think are great tenants, and they've all renewed for the next year. So the intent is to fill those units, and I hope to never turn them over. But I cannot predict whether a tenant will stay or not. And the 1-year leases, the ARO department in the city of Chicago does review the applications and approve each applicant as well.
All right, so you're saying that you will definitely try to put the people at the front of the line that have been long-term residents of Uptown for these affordable units?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can you talk a little bit about your community process?
So it was really organized under the auspices of the alderman. And it occurred, as you may understand, it's not necessarily connected to this particular application, but this has been an ongoing process now for over probably 2 years, maybe 3 years. So the alderman oversaw a community process where there was outreach to the folks in the community, various community organizations that are in the area were involved in that process, were able to offer their opinions or guidance, their suggestions. I think at the end of the process, we didn't please everybody, but I think we pleased enough, at least so that in the alderman's judgment, we could move forward.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you.
Next up is 17020S. And I will read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed residential use below the second floor for a proposed 8-story, 72 dwelling unit building with 76 parking spaces located on the ground floor, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated February 27th, 2020, prepared by Sullivan, Goulet, and Wilson Architect. Council will do the same drill. If you identify your witnesses, I'll swear them in now, and then we'll get going.
Good morning again, Rolando Acosta, attorney for the applicant. I believe I have John McCullough representing the applicant from the Belgravia Group. Jeff Goulet from Sullivan Goulet is the architect for this project, and Peter Poulos as our appraiser.
Mr. Cullough, do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Mr. Goulet, do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
And Mr. Poulos, you're still under oath, and we continue to recognize your expertise. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, this parcel of property is on the southeast corner of Jackson and Racine in Chicago. You can see here, and this is actually a very good image to understand it. It is currently occupied by the Hubbard Street Dance Company. The applicant is purchasing that site from the Hubbard Street Dance Company and seeking to convert it to a 7-story building containing 72 units with 76 parking spaces. We are before you because we do not have any commercial space on the ground floor. The ground floor is devoted, other than to parking, to ancillary uses related to the building, the lobby, the fitness room, meeting, sort of gathering areas along Jackson. And as a result, given our DX zoning, we are required to secure special use, essentially to have what is accessory residential space on the ground floor of this building. You can see the images here. We have met with the community. We have letters of support that have previously been filed with the board from the West Loop Community Organization, the West Central Association, and the neighbors of the West Loop. So all 3 West Loop organizations. We recently received, I'm not sure if the board has it, a letter from the alderman also in support of this. It's rather straightforward. There is Target to our east, but generally speaking, this portion of Jackson, as well as Racine, does not have a lot of commercial on the ground floor. There's Mercy Home to our north, which essentially is an institutional / residential use. To the west, on Jackson, you start to find townhomes or multi-unit buildings that come all the way to grade with units actually on Jackson. And to our north along Racine, you have first a mixed-use building that's had a vacant retail space. I actually zoned that building for the client since he built it about 5 years ago or 4 years ago. The retail space has been vacant. And then north of that, you get into office buildings. You don't really have much in the way of, I'll call it smaller retail here. We believe it's better use to just have it as ancillary space for the residential. It will keep the space active given the layout and prevent us from just having space that is otherwise not very usable. That is a summary of our case. And again, Mr. Chairman, the witnesses have pre-submitted to the board all of their statements.
Yep. Why don't we just get them to confirm them on the record and then we'll go to questions.
Sure. John, please identify yourself for the record.
Hi, John McCulloch from Belgravia Group.
And you're here representing the applicant. You're part of the ownership of this project.
Correct.
And you previously submitted an affidavit summarizing your testimony on this matter. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
I would. It would be, yes.
Jeff, identify yourself for the record, please.
Jeff Goulet, principal with Sullivan, Goulet and Wilson Architects, 444 North Michigan Avenue in Chicago.
Project architect for this project?
Yes.
You previously submitted an affidavit summarizing your testimony on this matter. And if you were to testify on this matter, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
And Peter, please identify yourself for the record.
Peter Poulos, P-O-U-L-O-S.
And you did a review of this matter as an MAI appraiser, evaluating the project as well as the neighborhood, summarized your findings in a report. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the findings and summary in that report?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, stand for questions.
Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We will take it under consideration.
Thank you. Have a safe and good weekend.
Thank you. Since Mr. Poulos is here, why don't we try to go back to 156 and see if the counselor on that case has figured out his microphone issue. So this is 15620S, 2567 West Fullerton Avenue. Okay, Mr. Jepson, why don't we give this a shot? See if you can unmute yourself.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Okay, so Mr. Jepson, you're the counselor for this case, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so then Mr. Poulos is the expert witness. So why don't you go ahead and introduce your witnesses, and then I'll just swear them in, and I'll let you give the exposition for the case.
Okay, we have two witnesses. The first witness is Cami Trang Lee, who is representative of the applicant. And then we also have Mr. Paulus.
And Ms. Lee, do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I swear.
Great. And Mr. Poulos, you're still under oath, and we still recognize your expertise. I am going to read the department's recommendation before I forget. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed body art service microblading, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Leanna Browse Beauty 8 Limited. Counselor, take it away.
Okay, this is a 2,200 square feet unit that was previously a chiropractor in a small strip center on Fullerton Avenue. The applicant's use is going to be a microblading use. And the applicant also has a facility in Palatine, Illinois of about the same size where it currently has a similar use. I believe the applicant, as well as Mr. Paulus, had previously issued their report or signed an affidavit that can be found in the findings of fact.
Yes. And Counselor, if I can just have you have your witnesses attest that they would continue, if they were to continue testifying, it would be consistent with their findings of fact and your expert's report.
Okay, Cami,
Yes.
can you state your name for the record?
My name is Cami Lee.
And Cami, you previously signed an affidavit regarding this use.
Yes.
And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Okay.
Counselor, you still with us?
Yes. So she's testified that that her testimony would be consistent with the affidavit were she to go through the testimony of the entire affidavit today.
Counselor, do you have another speaker or another microphone on in your space?
Yes, can you hear me better now?
Yes. Can we get
Okay.
Mr. Poulos on the record as well?
Mr. Poulos, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you previously executed a report regarding the use of this property and how it would affect the neighborhood and also how it complies with the requirements to the zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the contents of that report?
Yes, it would.
Okay, and for Ms. Lee, can you tell us a little bit about your experience in this industry?
Yes. I have been in the beauty business for 10 years and I've been doing nails and for the microblading, I have 3-year experience and I have a small shop right now in Palatine. So I want to expanding the business and I live in Chicago. So I want to open business in Chicago. So it's closer to home and my kid. Yeah, I love doing eyebrows. So it's a body art form, but like it's like eyebrow related. So it make women more beautiful with enhanced by the hair stroke.
And can you tell us in your in the site plan that we have, there's a section of the store that's to the top right of the site plan. It's about 24 and a half feet by 33 and a half that's not labeled. Can you tell us what that space will be used for?
That space is an empty space. The previous, they do yoga, but right now, I don't know how much in the future we're gonna use. Right now, we don't use that yet.
Got it. Okay.
So it's still like all like microblading. Yeah.
Okay.
We have plenty of room. So we right now currently we're gonna planning to use only the room that we draw on the side. You see the bed side there? That room we leave empty.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. Any questions from the board?
This is Zurich Esposito. Would the applicant mind briefly describing what microblading services are? I'm not familiar with that really.
Yes. So microblading is a kind of like cosmetic, semi-permanent makeup tattoo. So we use a handheld. It's a small needle and very precise. Every single hair stroke blend with the customer real hair on their forehead using the pigment and to create the natural hair look. It look like real hair, but it's not like tattoo like old-fashioned way that do. This is very shallow on the skin. So that's a new technique nowadays. That's how the procedure was done.
And how are technicians trained?
Oh yeah, I got trained so many courses with different academy. You have to take class. Also, you have to do like license. The health department, with the health department, they come and check the facility if that qualify or not. If you not qualify, you cannot open.
Thank you.
So, and also you need the blood-borne certificate. Without the blood-borne certificate, you cannot touch any client face.
I see. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you.
We're gonna go to 171 and 172. And while we're getting that set up, the department's recommendation for 171 20S. Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed residential use below the second floor for a proposed 3-story, 9-dwelling unit residential building, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated January 27th, 2020, prepared by MC and Associates LLC. Counselor, when you're ready.
All right, I'm trying to, my video turned off, my apologies.
No worries. Can you identify your witnesses for us? I'll swear them in and then we will go from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And hello, everyone. I miss you guys. For the record, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks, located at 221 North LaSalle Street. I have here with me on this matter the owner and applicant, Patrick Hennigan, as well as our project architect, Michael Cox, and our MAI certified appraiser, Joe Ryan. Is everybody on?
Mr. Hennigan,
Yes.
Mr. Hennigan, do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Patrick, do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do. Yes, I do.
Mr. Cox, are you on?
I am.
You swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
And Mr. Ryan, for you, this will apply if you've got any others today. Yes, you do. Do you swear to tell the truth in all these proceedings?
I do.
We recognize your expertise. Counselor, take it away.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. As you can see from the image on the screen right now, Mr. Hennigan owns the subject property, which is outlined in orange. It is located on the northeast corner of Long Avenue and Lawrence Avenue, right at that big, huge, luscious, beautiful park that you see is Jefferson Park. So it is situated immediately adjacent to that park with frontage on Lawrence Avenue. The property was previously improved with the building you see here. It's a 3-story multi-unit residence. It was built based on our information and belief and the records over 100 years ago. It's been, it's fallen into a state of disrepair over the years due to some recent neglect from the earlier property owners. As a result, and actually as a matter of housekeeping, Mr. Chairman and other members of the board, subsequent to the filing of the application and the findings of fact, Mr. Hennigan did demolish that home pursuant to, or that residential building pursuant to all proper permits and notice. It was deemed, as you know, pursuant to the COVID executive orders, construction was deemed essential. So Mr. Hennigan, in an effort to remain proactive with the site and keep the public safe, he did go ahead and demolish the building. So it is no longer there. It is a vacant site today. Previously, however, that pre-existing 3-story residential building was non-conforming under the current B3 zoning, and that is both with respect to both of the reasons we're here today, and that is because it's an all residential building, so it had residential below the 2nd floor, and as well due to the facade of the building, which is located on a pedestrian street. When you have a building that is situated on a pedestrian street under the B zoning, then you are required to meet certain requirements for transparency with regard to the grade level. And that is due to the fact that normally in a business zone, you will want to see storefronts activating that pedestrian way. And when you have a more transparent facade on the 1st floor, it's deemed to be more inviting for people to come in to the various businesses. Unfortunately, even prior to the COVID shutdown, this area of Lawrence Avenue, which is just steps away from Milwaukee Avenue, has really struggled keeping commercial vacancies. Towards that end, there are over 30 commercial vacancies. They've had trouble keeping commercial activation, and there's over 30 commercial vacancies in the immediate area, and that's within a 2-block radius of the subject site. So as a result, Mr. Hennigan did purchase this property with the intent to basically replace the old 3-story residential building with a new 3-story, 9-unit residential building, which will be more in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. Over time, it has moved towards a more residential area, especially again, so close to the park. Towards that end, just adjacent to the property to the east is another similar 3-story multi-unit all residential building that is very similar to that which is being proposed by Mr. Hennigan. And so therefore we do require the special use again, just to establish a residential use below the 2nd floor. And then the variations in this case are a little unique compared to what you're used to probably seeing. And again, it has nothing to do with the bulk, scale, or size of the building. Mr. Hennigan will actually be meeting or exceeding all of the restrictions and limitations with regard to bulk and size under the current zoning. However, again, as I discussed earlier, there is a requirement with regard to how much transparent glass you have on that 1st floor of the building because it is on the pedestrian street. If we were putting a storefront in, then it would be more desirable to have an all glass facade. It's certainly cheaper to construct. However, because this is going to be an all residential building, design is more critical, and I think it should be more thoughtful. And towards that end, as you see from the renderings that were provided by the architect. We have some meaningful design elements on the first floor facade, which will not only protect the privacy of the residents of that first floor unit, but it will also still provide some meaningful light, a natural light into the space, and just create a really nice dynamic with the other all residential buildings that are in that area. There are a row of single family homes kind of behind and to the east of the property. So we were trying to mimic and take on those same design characteristics. So with that, if the relief was not granted here today, unfortunately, there could be a much larger mixed-use building proposed for the site, which is likely what Mr. Hennigan's alternative would have to be. And that is, he could go a full 4 stories, make it wider, and provide a commercial unit at grade level, which again, based on the current state of the economy and market up in this neighborhood, I think he would have a lot of trouble finding or keeping it occupied. So Mr. Hennigan has worked with Alderman Gardner as well as the residents of the neighborhood, and everybody really did desire to have a residential use kept at this property, and especially one that's going to provide more meaningful family-sized units for the residents of Jefferson Park, some of which have been displaced due to increasing property values. So that's a little background. If you have any immediate questions for me, I'd be happy to answer any. Otherwise, I'd be happy to introduce the witnesses.
So Counselor, the hardship argument is essentially that you can't have ground floor retail at this location. It's not feasible. You haven't had it for 100 years. As a result, you need to have ground floor residential to get a reasonable rate of return on the building. And because of the transparency requirements for the P Street that you're on, you can't really have you couldn't really sell the residential without getting that variation in the transparency requirement.
I think you'd have a hard time. I think you'd have significant privacy issues.
Yeah, and it sounds like from your materials, you not complying with that P Street transparency is not really going to alter the character of the neighborhood because most of it doesn't really comply anyway.
Yeah, it's funny, even some of the mixed use buildings that have that first floor that's commercial and retail don't meet the 60% transparency requirement. And then as you found in the findings of fact and some of the photographs that were submitted therewith, there are a few other residential buildings that have frontage on Long Avenue and Lawrence Avenue, all of which are do not even come close to meeting the 60% transparency.
Okay, let's get your witnesses on the record and then we'll open up for any questions.
Okay, that sounds great. Mr. Hennigan, may you please state your name and address for the record?
Warwick Hennigan, 7005 North Alcott Avenue in Chicago.
Thanks, Mr. Hennigan. And again, you own the subject property and you're also the general contractor for your projects. Is that true?
That is true.
And towards that end, even before developing this proposal, you sat down with Alderman Gardner and he reached out to some of the other residents in the area regarding your programming for this site. Is that true?
That is true.
And Alderman Gardner and the other residents voiced some appeal towards having this remain an all residential use, and really they were pretty supportive of the fact that you were going to provide 9 more family-sized units to the neighborhood. Is that right?
That is right.
Thank you. And with that, then, Mr. Hennigan, you were given findings of fact as well as an affidavit prior to this hearing. If you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements that were made in those documents?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cox, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Michael Cox, 120 West Madison, Chicago.
Thank you. And Mr. Cox, you were retained by Mr. Hennigan in order to develop the design and programming for the proposed new 3-story 9-unit building for this site. Is that right?
That's correct.
And again, but for the transparency of the first floor facade, the proposed building does meet all of the limitations and requirements with regard to FAR, height, setbacks, and open space under the current zoning. Is that right?
Yes.
And in fact, you intentionally not only meet but exceed all of the setbacks. As well, you are providing over 1,600 square feet of open space. Is that right?
Correct.
And just to be clear, there is no open space requirement if this was to be a mixed-use building. Is that true?
Yes.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Cox, is it your professional opinion that the proposed variation being sought here today meets all of the standards and criteria for a variation as set forth under the current zoning code?
Yes.
And lastly, Mr. Cox, you too were provided with a copy of findings of fact as well as an affidavit prior to this hearing. If you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements made in those documents?
It would.
Thank you. Lastly, Mr. Ryan, may you please state your name and address for the record?
Joseph M. Ryan, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Hoyne Avenue in Chicago.
Thank you. And Mr. Ryan, you were retained by Mr. Hennigan in order to evaluate whether or not the proposed special use meets all of the standard and criteria for a special use as set forth under the zoning code. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you had an opportunity to go out and evaluate the subject property as well as the surrounding area. Is that true?
I did.
And you have memorialized your findings and evaluations in a report that has been submitted to the Zoning Board of Appeals prior to this hearing. Is that right?
Correct.
And was it your profession in your evaluation of the subject site and the surrounding area, is it your professional opinion that the proposed special use for a residential use below grade level does in fact meet all of the standards and criteria for a special use as set forth in the zoning code?
It does.
And those opinions, again, are set forth in your report that was provided to the zoning board. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements and opinions that you provided in your report?
Yes, it would.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions for my witnesses, but we would be happy to take any from you and the commissioners.
Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you so much.
We're going to jump to 18020 and then we're going to take a 10-15 minute break after that. So this will be 18020S. And while we're getting that set up, I will read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed 2-lane drive-up automated teller machine to serve a proposed Chase Bank, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated May 20th, 2019, including the landscape plan dated June 1st, 2020, all prepared by the Architects Partnership Limited. So Counselor will do the same drill. If you identify your witnesses, I'll swear them in and then we'll go forward on your exposition.
Absolutely. Again, once more for the record, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney with the offices of Samuel VP Banks, located at 221 North LaSalle Street. I'm here this afternoon or morning still on behalf of the applicant JP Morgan Chase Bank. Here with me today is Jane Healy on behalf of the applicant Chase Bank. Ms. Healy is the Vice President of Real Estate and Midwest Market Director of Construction for Chase Bank. She oversees the construction and rehabilitation of all new and existing retail banking branches within the Midwest region, which includes all of Chicago. Also here with me from Chase and on behalf of Chase is Jonathan Krisoff. Mr. Krisoff is the Market Director of Retail Real Estate for the entire state of Illinois and Northwest region of Indiana. In that capacity, Mr. Krisoff oversees the acquisition, development, and modernization of over 400 retail banking branches in Illinois alone. On the design side, we also have our project architect, Timothy Messick, from the Architects Partnership, commonly known as TAP. And as well, we have our MAI certified appraiser, Terry O'Brien.
So, Ms. Healy, do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Christoph, do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
John, are you in? Are you muted?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yep.
I do. I swear to tell the truth.
Mr. Messick, do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. O'Brien, do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings? Mr. O'Brien, do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings? Unmute yourself.
Terry, there's a button at the bottom left corner of your computer screen that will allow you to unmute yourself. Do you see that?
Chairman, he is unmuted.
Oh, Terry?
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
Yeah.
All
Do you
right.
swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and we recognize your expertise. Counselor, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I would like to provide just a brief summary of our proposal for your knowledge and consideration, along with a little background. The subject site is a large triangular parcel, which is primarily bordered by Milwaukee Avenue to the west and Austin Avenue to the east, with Thorndale Avenue and Medina Avenue closing off the triangle to the north. The site is presently improved with a 2-story retail banking facility, which features an attached 4-lane teller-attended drive-through facility and a surface parking lot, which accommodates up to 102 vehicles. These improvements are currently situated in the center of the parcel with 3 means of vehicular access off of each Austin Avenue and Milwaukee Avenue, as is evidenced by the plat of survey that you see before you. The existing banking facility, which contains over 12,000 square feet of operable space, is acknowledged as one of Chase's hub branches within the city of Chicago. To wit, Chase has been operating this facility at this same location and in this same configuration for over 30 years with much success and esteem. Over the last few years, Chase initiated a multi-phase modernization program, which includes an evaluation of all of its existing retail banking branches throughout the country, including necessarily and appropriately here in Chicago. Part of this modernization plan, as the name indicates, is to evaluate any deficiencies in its existing real estate and to make certain improvements to such facilities in an effort to optimize efficiency, enhance the customer experience, and provide a far-reaching benefit to the communities within which they are located and operate. Towards this end, Chase has identified the subject location as requiring revitalization, and its real estate development team has spent the last year working with the local alderman, James Gardner, and the community toward the rehabilitation plan that you have before you here today, and which provides the basis of the proposed special use. The proposed modernization plan for this site calls for the construction of a new 1-story masonry building, which will contain the offices, retail service areas, and vaults for the existing banking operations. This primary structure will be situated toward the southern tip of the site, as you see on the diagram before you, allowing for more meaningful and safer traffic and pedestrian circulation in and around the site. Toward these same ends, because many of its customers have transitioned to primarily electronic and online banking, even before the disruption in common social pattern and practice caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, the programming prefers a reduction in the overall operating area by almost 50% of what is existing. So they will be Chase will be taking the size of this branch from over 12,000 square feet to just over 6,000 square feet, as well as eliminating the existing attached 4-lane teller-operated drive-through facility. As a desired alternative to the teller-operated drive-through facility, the proposal features a new detached 2-lane drive-through facility which will include 2 automated teller machines, commonly known as ATMs. This new ATM facility will be located toward the northeast portion of the subject property, near the 2-way drive aisle traversing the site to the north. This will separate vehicular movements for those seeking to do electronic transactions through the ATM only, from those customers desiring or needing to enter the facility for other personally attended services. There will also still be a walk-up ATM located within the entry vestibule of the new building. Vehicular ingress and egress to and from the site will be through all existing driveways. 2 independent drives near the south end of the site, one off of Austin Avenue and one off of Milwaukee Avenue, as well as 2 additional curb cuts connected by a shared driveway that traverses the site to the north. And those, again, there'll be one off of Austin and one off of Milwaukee. As another favorable part of this proposal, the applicant will be restoring one of the curb cuts on Austin Avenue, thereby improving safety near the intersection, while also contributing the option for additional street parking, which was a widely held and desired voice during our community engagement. I will have our architect, Tim, walk you through the circulation within and around the site, as well as provide more color as to some of the other more incidental improvements that are part of this proposed programming for the site in just a few seconds. Before I do turn it over to my witnesses, however, I want to quickly run through operations. As specified in the corresponding findings of fact and affidavits, Chase intends to maintain the operating conditions, the same operating conditions and characteristics as it has been following and using over the last 30 years at this site, which includes its phenomenal staffing, above par safety and security protocols, and its general business hours, all of which are consistent with the general operating characteristics of the other commercial and retail businesses in the neighborhood, and which are carefully crafted so as to mitigate any secondary impact on the residences in the neighborhood, while also stimulating and enhancing the pedestrian experience and safety around the site. Lastly, it is important to please note that Chase intends and is required by the Office of the Comptroller of Currency to maintain the existing banking facility at the site in full operation until the new proposed banking facility is wholly permitted, constructed, and operational. At which time Chase has formally committed to working with the current alderman and community toward a proficient demolition of the existing building and in vetting ideas for otherwise improving the remainder of the site. And then real quickly, as a matter of reiteration and housekeeping, the proposed site plan has been reviewed and approved by the city's Department of Planning and Development, as well as its landscape engineer, Ron Day. With that, I would be very happy to answer any questions if there are any for me specifically, or to turn it over to the witnesses for a brief introduction and to take any questions that the board may have.
Why don't we move to the witnesses and then we'll do questions after.
Sounds perfect. Ms. Healy, may you please state your name and address for the record?
Jane Healy. My business address is 131 South Dearborn in Chicago.
Thank you, Ms. Healy. And you've been employed with Chase Bank now for over 18 years, is that right?
That is correct.
And again, in your capacity as the Vice President of Retail Real Estate and Midwest Market Director of Construction, you oversee construction and rehabilitation for all of the bank branches in the Midwest, including here in Chicago. Is that right?
That is correct.
Thank you. And Ms. Healy, not to keep the board any longer than necessary, I'll let them ask you questions. I'm just going to keep it quick. You were given a copy of some findings of fact, as well as affidavits prior to this hearing. If you were to continue to testify here today, would your statements be consistent with the statements that were made in those documents?
Yes, they would be.
Thank you. And I do want to give a shout out to your legal department at Chase for completing all of the required economic disclosure statements. That was quite the feat, and we do appreciate it. I'm sure the board appreciates reading all 300 pages as well. So with that, I'll move on to Mr. Kristoff. Mr. Kristoff, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Hi, John Kristoff, 131 South Dearborn in Chicago.
Thank you. And Mr. Kristoff, you've been employed with Chase for over 10 years, is that correct?
Correct.
And you too, in your capacity and role at Chase, you oversee the acquisition, development, and modernization of all of the retail branches here in Illinois, as well as Northwest Indiana, is that correct?
Correct, thanks.
And in that role, including the subject site, you actually oversee between 350 and 450 retail branches here in Illinois alone.
Illinois and Northwest Indiana, correct.
Thank you. And lastly, Mr. Kristoff, you were personally participated in all of the meetings with Alderman Gardner, as well as the community meeting that we had regarding this proposal. Is that true?
Yes.
Thank you. And then very lastly, you were given copies of findings of fact prior to this hearing. Although you did not provide an affidavit, if you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements that were made in the findings of fact?
Yeah, they would.
Mr. Messick, may you please state your name and address for the record?
Timothy Messick, 200 South Michigan Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Messick. And you actually are the project architect for all of the Chase Bank retail branches throughout Illinois. Is that correct?
The majority of the branches, yes, correct.
Thank you. So you've been working with Chase for quite some time on this new modernization plan. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And you were retained by Chase in this particular instance to design the programming for the new proposed retail branch at the subject property, which includes several additional improvements to the actual site above and beyond the one-story banking facility. Is that right?
Yes.
And in that capacity, you two were personally involved and participated in all of our meetings with Alderman Gardner, as well as the community meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Finally, Mr. Messick, you also were given findings of fact prior to this hearing to review. If you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements made in the findings of fact?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. Last, but most certainly not least, Mr. O'Brien, may you please state your name and address for the record?
Terrence M. O'Brien, O''B', maintain offices at 7383 North Lincoln Avenue in Lincolnwood.
Thank you. And Mr. O'Brien, you were retained by the applicant in this matter in order to evaluate whether or not the proposed special use for a 2-lane drive-through facility, which will work in conjunction with the new retail banking facility, meets all of the standard and criteria for a special use as set forth under the current zoning code. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. O'Brien, as part of your services, you went out and evaluated the subject property as well as the surrounding area to evaluate those standards and criteria. Is that right?
Yes, I inspected the property in December 2019 and familiarized myself with the subject and surrounding area pertaining to land uses and so forth.
And Mr. O'Brien, based on that evaluation and your professional experience, is it your opinion that the proposed special use, again, which is associated with the proposed 2-lane detached drive-through ATM facility, does in fact meet all of the standards and criteria for a special use as set forth under the current zoning code?
Yes, in fact, I addressed the various criteria within my report, which I believe the board has a copy of, and in my professional opinion, it fulfills all of those criteria. I would also emphasize the fact that the existing facility prior to the demolition and new facility has an existing drive-through facility. And in the immediate area of the subject, with approximately a half-mile distance, I'm aware of at least 7 other drive-through type facilities.
So you think this will be certainly consistent with the existing neighborhood while also maintaining the welfare, health, and safety of the community? Is that true, Mr.
That
O'Brien?
is correct. It'll have no adverse impact at all, and it is in keeping with the character, trend of development in the area.
Thank you so much. And again, your findings and opinions were all memorialized in a report that was provided to the ZBA prior to this hearing. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements and opinions that were made in your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions for my witnesses. We'd be happy to open it up to you and the commissioners to take questions.
Can you talk a little bit about what you're doing with the remainder of the lot after you sort of scale back into that corner?
Yeah, so I'm going to let Mr. Kristoff address that. It is a very valid point of discussion and one that we have spent several hours with Alderman Gardner and the community discussing. But Mr. Kristoff, if you will give the chairman some ideas to the phasing for this proposal.
Yep. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we proposed first to get, because as Sarah mentioned, we need to maintain consistent operations here. We cannot close for a period of time. So we want to make sure that we had the location for the new branch set before we take a phase 2 through. But it's currently a parking lot. We're going to maintain the parking lot during construction. But once we get approval here, if we get approval here, we would like to, we will go through a RFP for brokers, take the proposed property out to the development community, find a few finalists, and then take those through the alderman, and then lock down a finalist. Then we'll go through the entire process again. We'll go through the neighborhood meeting and then come back to you for ZBA if needed. That'll be phase 2.
That's to develop it as something still owned and operated by Chase, or you're trying to sell it off?
We would sell off a portion of the north end of the property in the future. Yes.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We will take it under consideration.
Thank you, everyone. Take care. Stay safe.
Thanks. We're gonna take a break until 11:40. I move that we stand in recess. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes. Excuse me, yes.
The board will stand in recess. We reconvene at 11.
You had a question, Mr. Gianfortune?
I did.
Go ahead.
Well, I was wondering, I wasn't informed. Do I stay through this? Do I stay on this call?
No, you don't have to. We're going to vote
Okay.
at the end of the day, and then you can call us or email us on Monday, and we'll let you know what the results are.
So if I do stay on the call, will I see any decisions today then?
You can, or you can go to the live stream.
Okay.
You don't have to stay on this particular call. But like I said, they will come back and vote at the end of the day.
Okay.
Or, or you can call us on Monday or send us an email on Monday and we'll let you know what the results are.
Okay. And then one other thing, when we started my call, my portion, there wasn't a department recommendation given.
It's a variation.
Skipped over there.
The department doesn't do recommendations for variations.
Oh, got it. Okay. And then do I wait till my decision to remove my window paper notice that I have up?
Yeah, leave your sign in the window.
Okay. And then lastly, can I say that I had I didn't mention before, but I did talk to my alderman's office. I called them, excuse me, and they said that they had no objection. They would have no objection to this. And then I also submitted, I want to make sure that they were presented, was letters from both of my neighbors on each side approving what I'm doing.
If you didn't submit them to us in a PDF form, we couldn't take them now.
Oh no, I did. I submitted them.
Yeah. If we have them, then they're part of the record.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Sounds good. All right. Thank you.
You're
All
welcome. Yeah, Sarah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hi. Mr. Fatikas would like to know if he will be the next attorney.
No.
Because he's got the continued cases, but alphabetically he would come behind me.
No, because there's someone ahead of him. And for the continued cases we did, those are still regular
Gonna
continued.
be at the end.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
He's gonna stay logged on under my name though.
Okay, I'll make sure to rename him.
Okay.
Okay, yep. Thank you.
Looks like you have to go last.
Okay, I move we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Esposito seconds, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito, Commissioner Esposito, Commissioner Esposito, can you unmute yourself? Commissioner Esposito is considering. Commissioner Toya, are you here? Okay, we are waiting on Commissioner Toya, and for Commissioner Esposito, we see him here. So we have a quorum, so we will continue on. We are going to go to application 17320S and 17420Z. And while we get those attendees queued up, I will read the department's recommendation for
Commissioner Toya is here. He was just, I was
Commissioner.
locked out for a second, just so you know.
So Commissioner Toya is here for the record. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed residential use below the second floor for a proposed 4-story, 7-dwelling with office space, 2 unenclosed parking spaces. Provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Lion Halstead 2 LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated November 14th, 2019, prepared by Space Architects and Planners. So, Counselor, when you're ready, we'll do the same drill. If you'll identify all your witnesses, I will get them under oath, and then we'll let you talk through the application.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Liz Butler from the law firm of DLA Piper, located at 444 West Lake Street in Chicago. I, along with my colleague Paul Shadle, represent the applicant in this matter, Lion Halstead 2 LLC. I'm joined today by Brad Gold, the manager of the applicant, Meredith Vlahakis of Space Architects and Planners, the project architect, and George Kissel of Oker & Kissel Associates, our land use expert.
Okay. Mr. Gold, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
You swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Ms. Vlahakis, are you here?
Yes, I am.
You swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
And Mr. Kiesel, are you here?
Yes, I am.
And you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
And we recognize your expertise for the record. Okay, Counselor, go ahead.
Thank you. The subject property is located at 3312 North Halsted in the Lakeview community area. It contains approximately 3,125 square feet of net site area. It's bounded on the north by an existing 3-story building. Halsted Street frontage is on the east. An existing 5-story building is on the south, and then a 16-foot wide public alley is on the west. The property is currently improved with a 2-story single-family home. The applicant is seeking to redevelop the site with a new 4-story mixed-use building that will contain 7 dwelling units, ground floor commercial space, and 2 vehicular parking spaces. A single accessible dwelling unit will be located on the ground floor, and then 6 dwelling units will be in the floors above. In order to authorize this, and here on the screen, you see views of the existing condition of the site. So in order to authorize the proposed development, the applicant sought and the City Council approved a Type 1 zoning map amendment, rezoning the property from the C12 neighborhood commercial district to the C13 neighborhood commercial district. The purpose of the rezoning to the -3 was to make the property eligible for the benefits of the transit served location ordinance based on the property's proximity to the CTA. The rezoning was approved in December of last year, 2019, and a copy of that ordinance was submitted as part of the proposed findings of fact. The applicant is seeking approval from the board of a variation to reduce the required rear yard setback for floors containing dwelling units from 30 feet to 22 feet, and a special use to authorize the proposed residential use on the ground floor. The C13 district allows dwelling units on the ground floor when approved as a special use. The applicant is proposing to locate a single accessible residential dwelling unit on the ground floor of the proposed building in order to achieve the city's building code and accessibility standards for new construction mixed-use buildings. The property is currently improved, as I said, with a single family home, which includes a ground floor residential use. Given that the existing condition of the property includes a ground floor residential use, this proposed accessible unit on the ground floor is consistent with the character of the status quo of the property and the surrounding area, which is characterized by a mix of residential and commercial uses. The C13 district also requires a 30-foot rear setback for floors containing dwelling units. And given that all floors will contain dwelling units, the setback requirement would apply to all floors of the building. The Chicago zoning ordinance authorizes the zoning administrator to approve an administrative adjustment to permit a reduction of up to 50% in the depth of a setback required by the zoning district regulations. Here, we're seeking only a 26% setback reduction. And so if it were not for the additional request of the special use, this request would be processed administratively as an administrative adjustment. However, the zoning ordinance authorizes the Zoning Board of Appeals to grant a variation for any matter expressly authorized as an administrative adjustment. So here we're seeking that variation, even though this otherwise could have been approved as an administrative approval. Ahead of this hearing and at the board's request, we submitted to the board into evidence a pro forma for the project with the variation as compared to a sample pro forma for the project without the variation. That financial analysis shows that based on land costs and construction costs, the project with the requested relief achieves a cap rate of approximately 7%, while without the requested variation, project would only achieve 4.8% cap rate. And based on that fact, the project without the relief likely would not be financeable and the redevelopment of the site would not proceed. If the board has further questions on the point of the financial analysis, I'll have the applicant provide further testimony. So the current building design and program before you today is the result of incorporation of community input, the applicant's knowledge of marketability of residential floor plates, as well as the need to address parking and accessibility standards. Alderman Tunney and the local community group, Triangle Neighbors, reviewed and vetted the proposal. We met with them at a community meeting held in September of 2019. The original proposal included 6 units, and after we learned about a new application of the building code with regard to accessibility standards, we then added the accessible unit to the ground floor. We went back to the community group to to present the revised plan in November of 2019. The community generally was very receptive to a project that included a ground floor accessible unit and expressed unanimous support for the project. Based on that community response, I believe that Alderman Tunney's office forwarded a letter of support to the board for this project, and that should be in your file.
We have a letter of no objection from him in our file.
Thank you. Each of the witnesses that I will present today have submitted either an affidavit or expert witness report containing their respective testimony. If the board prefers, I can abbreviate our presentation by asking the witnesses to affirm their affidavits and then open for questions.
Yes, let's do it that way. And then I would like to just talk through the mechanism of the hardship a little bit further.
Okay.
But let's go on the record first.
Thank you. Mr. Gold, could you please state your name and your address for the record?
Brad Gold, 33 West Huron Street, Unit 703, Chicago, Illinois.
And you're the manager of the applicant, right?
Yes.
And the applicant is the owner of the property located at 3312 North Halsted?
Yes.
And DLA Piper, as your counsel, submitted the proposed findings of fact and an affidavit reviewed and signed by you in connection with this matter, correct?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the proposed findings of fact and the affidavit that we filed on your behalf?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. Brad, I'm going to go ahead and turn to Meredith now to get her affidavit into the record. Meredith, could you please state your full name, your title, and your business address for the record?
Meredith Vlahakis, a project manager at Space Architects and Planners. Business address is 2149 North Talman Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60647.
Thank you. And Space is the project architect for this matter, right?
That's correct.
And you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois?
Correct.
And DLA Piper, as counsel for the applicant, prepared an affidavit, and you reviewed and signed that affidavit, correct?
Correct.
And if you were to continue to testify today, your testimony would be consistent with the affidavit that was submitted to the board?
That's correct.
Right. Thank you. I'll move to Mr. Kissel, if you could please state your name, your title, and your business address for the record.
Sure. My name's George Kissel, President Oakland Kissel Associates, office is 122 South Michigan.
And you were retained by the applicant in this matter to conduct an urban planning analysis of the special use and variation to allow for the construction of the proposed development, correct?
That's correct.
And you prepared a report detailing your findings and conclusions, and that report was submitted into evidence ahead of this hearing, correct?
That's correct.
And if you were to continue to testify today, your testimony would be consistent with the findings and conclusions in your report, right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kissel. And with that, I have no further witnesses. I know that there are some questions, particularly on the hardship argument. Mr. Chairman, would you like me to have one of the witnesses address, draw out specifically the hardship argument?
Yes, and in particular, I have the pro formas, and it's essentially a difference of a unit, right? One way or the other. And I just want to make sure I understand the mechanics of how you're losing that unit, because the findings referenced sort of an issue of depth that I did not entirely follow. So if somebody can kind of walk through why, because the actual property seems to be standard depth. So if you can kind of walk through for me why it is that you'd be losing that unit without the variation, that would be helpful.
I think that George is probably best suited to answer that question regarding how the hardship arises from the lot dimensions. And then we can ask Brad to delve a little bit into the pro forma. So we'll start with George. George, can you address the hardship argument?
Sure, George Kissel. So while it's true that the lot's 25 by 125, which is standard in a residential context, when you're in a commercial context like we hear now, throughout the city, and particularly in this location, the lots are typically larger. They've either been combined from a couple of standard lots, or the lot depths are deeper than they are. So in this context, the 25 by 25 is small for a mixed-use commercial type of use that we're attempting to put on here. The other thing that happens when you're in a commercial zoning district, particularly the Bs and Cs, is there's no side yard setback requirements. So the adjacent context for the proposed development has buildings that are basically built lot line to lot line, in the front and on the two sides. That sets up a situation where you don't have a lot of options for light for residential. So you kind of have to do 2 units per floor. You have 2 shorter units with circulation in the middle. And that's one of the things that kind of extends the depth of the building. The other thing that's operating here, and that none of the other properties on this block or in the area have had to deal with, is a bit of a change in the way that the building code, particularly with respect to accessible units, is addressed. So currently now, any building with more than 4 dwelling units needs to have 1 accessible unit, and that unit needs to be located at the lowest floor in the building. So the applicant's confronted with a case of either putting it on the first floor above the above grade, which would require elevator access, elevator lobby, and a significant loss of saleable floor area in the floor plate, or locating it on the ground floor, which is quite a bit a more advantageous situation. And what it also allows is to have the commercial in front, the accessible unit in the rear, without having to go through any additional circulation and having direct access to the accessible space in the back. So it's a combination of the fact that this is a commercial area, and a little bit of a stranger commercial area too, because we're at the intersection of 3 streets with the diagonal there. The streets radiating out from it are kind of different in character than you would normally find. So it's a combination of the context, the location in a transit served area, which lends itself to certain zoning benefits, and which is in support of the city's policies regarding transit oriented development, and the adjacent uses that drive kind of the deeper building type here.
And so the mechanism then is that because you have these commercial lot sizes, et cetera, in the area immediately around it, you need 2 units per floor, or you need enough depth to get 2 units per floor so you can get light, et cetera, to them. And then without the variation, you are essentially stuck at 1.
Correct. In a situation where you have 1 unit per floor, most of the interior of that floor plate is going to be unusable for livable space, because you can't satisfy light and air requirements for it.
Okay.
And the 1 unit per floor is because of the installation of a potential elevator? Is that how you get to 1 unit per floor?
No, that's just a different situation because of the depth of the floor plate. Under a normal situation, you really only have access to light at the 2 faces, at the front and the rear, as opposed to none on the side.
Right. I understand that about the current design, I guess I just don't understand how you get to the, why would you only have 1 unit per floor?
Well, you have to go to 2 units per floor. That's the point of it. 1 unit per floor doesn't really work on the site.
Okay, it wasn't clear why you would be forced to go to 1 unit per floor. It seems like 2 units per floor works unless there's something that creates that, which I was thinking you meant the elevator. But
Right.
maybe can
No,
you
the
talk
point-
a little bit about if you were required to, if you could not do the accessible unit on the first floor, how that would, the installation of an elevator and all of that would
Yeah,
reflect?
so if we are required to put an elevator in this building, it changes the construction type drastically and increases the construction cost by almost $200,000 and maybe a little bit more. Plus the elevator core and size takes up usable square footage for these units. It would result in smaller units and less income on this property. We would be going from 2-bedroom, 2-bath units to 1 2-bedroom, 1-bath unit to 1 1-bedroom, 1-bath, or 1 1-bedroom studio on the floor plate.
Okay, and it looks like the accessible unit itself is, I don't know if that's a studio plus, because it looks like it has a bed nook, but not quite a bedroom. Could you talk a little bit about how you decided the appropriate size for that accessible unit compared to the other?
That was done based on with the commercial space and the size of the floor plate we had left. We do have some space taken up because there does need to be an entrance from the front of the building as well. And that's pretty much the max we could fit on the ground floor.
And do you feel like there's a market for an accessible unit of this size?
Absolutely. I just did a project up on Lincoln, Belmont, and Ashland, and those units, the convertible accessible was the first one to go.
And was the convertible accessible similarly located in the rear of the building on the first floor?
It wasn't on the first floor. That is a larger building, 5 stories with the elevator, but it was in the rear of the building on the second floor as well.
Okay, can you talk about the economic impact if you were to expand the size of that unit and reduce the size of the commercial space, what that would do to the return for the project?
Yeah, the commercial space right now as it is pretty small. There's very limited use of tenants that we'll be able to get because of the space of it currently. If we went any smaller, I don't know what tenants we'd be able to get in there at all.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, we will take it under consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is 17520S. And while we're getting that set up, I will read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed transfer station for non-hazardous municipal solid waste, provided 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant Greenway Resource Recovery LLC. 2, all tipping operations and processing must take place within a completely enclosed building. 3, I read that one already. 4, all storage piles of construction waste, landscape waste, or other materials must be screened on 3 sides by solid walls with a minimum height of 8 feet to screen storage piles from the public street and CTA right-of-way. 5, the site must be effectively screened from view by a solid fence or wall, including solid entrance and exit gates at least 6 feet in height. And 6, must otherwise comply with the screening requirements of the Chicago Landscape Ordinance. Counselor, when you're ready, we'll follow the same format. If you would identify your witnesses, I'll swear them in, and then we'll let you talk through the application.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the ZBA. My name is Danielle Meltzer Castle, with the law firm of Vedder Price, 222 North LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60601. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, Greenway Resource Recovery LLC, as well as the site owner, which is an affiliate, Greenway Development LLC. And with me today are Jeff Thompson, who's the part owner and day-to-day manager of both of those entities, the applicant and the site owner. Our expert land planner, land use planner, Kareem Musawir, as well as Brian DeVerona with Weaver Consultants Group, who is the project engineer.
Okay, Mr. Thompson, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Try to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Musawir, are you online?
Yes, I am.
You swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and we recognize your expertise. Mr. DeVerona, are you online?
Yes, I am.
And do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Counselor, why don't you walk us through it?
Absolutely, thank you very much. I'll try to do a brief overview and then check in with you, Mr. Chairman, on whether you would like me to continue or just incorporate the testimony of the witnesses as well. So the subject site is located on the west side, specifically the west side of South Kilbourne. You see that red dot, the pin in the exhibit that you see in front of you is at the northwest corner of our existing building. Our site extends south along South Kilbourne till you see the curve of the CTA tracks. It is then essentially squared off as you see those roughly north-south railroad tracks. We're surrounded on all sides basically by these rail uses and industrial uses. So for the last 8 years, this site has been operated by Greenway Resource Recovery as a recycling facility. It's a Class 2 recycling facility as of right. It has a prior special use from 2011 in order to be a Class 5 recycling facility as well. And if we were at the prior exhibit that you just saw on the east side of Kilbourne is an off-site accessory and non-accessory parking lot, which was also approved by the ZBA in 2011. So in essence, we're here today because Greenway oftentimes receives mixed loads with household waste that if they had a special use, the one that we're requesting, they would be able to recycle. But absent this special use, they basically have to divert and send all of that potential recyclable material to landfills. And interestingly enough, the way the zoning ordinance is drafted and interpreted, the type of recycling that we would like to do, recycling of household waste, is not classified as a recycling use. It is classified separately as a transfer station, which is an allowable special use in the underlying zoning district, which is M33. Before I turn to Jeff and Kareem and Brian, just a little bit of an overview. Jeff and Greenway have really been model corporate citizens for the last 8 years. We have a letter expressing affirmative support from the alderman. The alderman has never expressed to us any concerns about adding this additional functionality to the site, but at the same time, out of an abundance of caution, he asked us on 2 occasions to host community meetings, which we did, and our special use project narrative details the dates of those and the extraordinary measures we did in terms of postcard notice for those discretionary meetings. And I attended both of them, and really, to my knowledge, I believe Jeff can testify as well, to his knowledge, as recently as this week, the alderman has not heard, the alderman's office has not heard any objections to what we're proposing to do. We're not modifying really much of anything other than how the interior of the building is laid out. I'll also note that we worked with CDOT on our anticipated automobile and truck traffic, and they also concurred that there should be minimal impact on the surrounding streets as well. And with that, I am more than happy to go to the witnesses, or if you'd like to ask questions, whatever you prefer.
Yeah, I do want you to go to the witnesses, but I just want to confirm. So in your findings, there's a reference to an environmental assessment report by Kristen Corrigan.
Correct.
Is one of the witnesses, maybe Brian, was he involved in the preparation of that report?
Yes, he was. He was the senior reviewer for the report. Kristen reports to him. And also because we didn't know until this week that you guys would, and I apologize for not anticipating this, but not knowing that you wanted someone from Weaver. We don't have an affidavit, but I am but Brian and I have, reviewed testimony for him and qualifying him, and he's ready to testify today as needed as to the environmental impact report.
Okay, I would like to get him on the record then, just, confirming that he has reviewed the report and can attest to it. And then I would like your expert as well, just to I want to get on the record specifically a little bit of a conversation about the specific criteria for waste-related uses. So when, at your pace, I'd like him just to run through those really quick and make sure. I'd like that a little bit on the verbal part of the testimony as well.
That sounds good. Okay. Let me start with Jeff. Jeff, can you unmute yourself? There we go. Hi, Jeff. Yes. Hi, Jeff. Could you state your name and address for the record?
Jeff Thompson, 2100 South Kilbourne, Chicago, Illinois.
And is it true that you are a part owner and oversee the day-to-day management of both Greenway Resource Recovery as well as Greenway Development?
Yes, that's true.
And have you reviewed the findings of fact, the draft findings of fact that have been submitted, and all of the exhibits that have gone along with those, including your own affidavit, which you signed?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. And if you were to continue to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Great. Thank you very much. Kareem?
Yeah.
Could you please state your name and address for the record?
Kareem Musawir. Land at 221 North LaSalle.
Thank you. And Kareem, have you also reviewed the findings of fact and all of the exhibits, including both your affidavit, which you signed, and the evaluation report, which you authored?
I did.
Thank you. And if you were to continue to testify today, and actually I'm about to ask you to, would your testimony be consistent with the findings of fact and your affidavit and your report?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. Kareem, I'm gonna just qualify Brian for a moment, and then I'll come back to really all three of you about the 7 specific waste-related standards for the special use. So Brian, are you unmuted?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Could you state your name and address for the record?
Brian DeVerona with Weaver Consultants. I'm at 7121 Grape Road, Granger, Indiana.
Thank you, Brian. And are you a practicing and registered professional engineer and have been for the last 18 years?
Yes.
And you've been with Weaver for 9 years?
Correct.
And have you reviewed the draft findings of fact which we submitted, including the Weaver report?
Yes, I have. And I was involved in the preparation of it as well.
My understanding is you were the senior reviewer for that report.
Correct.
And is it also correct that you've worked on approximately a dozen municipal solid waste transfer station projects during your career?
Yes, at least that many.
Thank you. Am I correct that part of the scope of Weaver's engagement was to evaluate the existing conditions and operations at the site?
Correct.
And then was another part of the engagement that Weaver figure out what modifications could be made to the site so that the site could function as a municipal solid waste transfer station and comply with both the City of Chicago and the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency requirements.
Yes.
And in your professional opinion, does the design meet those standards, both for the city and the state?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, if it's all right with you, I will then go to the 7 specific standards.
Perfect. Thank you.
You bet. Do you want me to speak, have Kareem speak to the 5 standards as well?
Let's no, I'm refreshing my memory of his of your findings. I think let's just stick with the waste.
The 7?
Yeah, just because it's a little unusual, I'd like to, or infrequent, I should say, I'd like to just get those on the record during the
Absolutely, absolutely. Jeff, I'm going to start with you on the first standard. And just to refresh your memory, the first standard is that the proposed special use is necessary to accommodate waste removal needs of the area that it's intended to serve. And we stated, as you know, in our response to this standard, that the City of Chicago has had very low recycling rates of household waste relative to comparable metropolitan areas. And we included references both to City of Chicago studies finding that, as well as Illinois studies with those conclusions. In your professional experience, do those studies correspond to your experience that household waste rates are very low in our area?
That's definitely the case, especially in our area.
Jeff, if you could maybe come closer to the microphone, that might be a good thing. I haven't heard the court reporter pipe up and say she's having an issue, but just in case.
Yes, that is true, and especially within our area, we find the recycling rates to be very low.
There were 2 other aspects in our response. One was that your customers often arrive with loads the Greenway can't process because they contain material that under city regulations, only a transfer station can recycle. Is that correct?
That is correct. Presently, under our Class 5 permit, we are permitted to accept up to 25% household waste. And so when a load comes in and it has more than that, we're basically forced to turn it away.
You answered my last question about the first standard, which is as a Class 2 and Class 5 recycler, that you basically have to reject those loads and divert them to landfills.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, let me turn on the second standard, Brian, to you. And that's short and sweet, that our location is outside the boundary of the 100-year floodplain as determined by the Illinois Department of Transportation.
Yes, that's true.
Thank you. And I believe that that is also evidenced in the environmental assessment exhibit D2.
Correct.
By math and text.
Yep.
Great. So the third standard is that the proposed special use is designed to minimize the danger to the surrounding area from fires, spills, or other operational accidents. And we noted the following. Jeff, let's start with you. Is it correct that the building is of solid brick construction?
Yes, that is true.
And we detailed quite a bit in our findings of fact how you inspect incoming loads. Are all of those detailed procedures correct and ones that you follow regularly?
Yes, they are.
And we also detailed that you do daily cleaning practices, employee training practices, and that the employee training specifically addresses fire hazards and accidents.
Yes.
And then we also noted in the environmental assessment what on-site safety equipment you maintain. You have reviewed the environmental assessment?
Yes.
And the description of the on-site safety equipment is correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. Jeff, I'm going to stay with you for standard number 4, which is that the proposed special use is so designed and located so as to minimize the impact on existing traffic flow. So we included in our findings of fact, as you know, 2 charts. One chart outlines on an hourly basis your best understanding of the rate in which you have deliveries to the site and then outbound trucks. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then we also did a chart on the expected truck volume with a transfer station if it is approved, correct?
That is true.
Thank you. And we submitted that, Mr. Chairman, and members of the ZBA to the City of Chicago Department of Transportation, and they reviewed it and thought it was that its logic was sound and that there weren't particular site improvements that needed to be made to accommodate the marginal increase in the truck traffic. Jeff, I'm going to come back to you just to wrap up on this section 4. Is it true that the site is located in an established industrial corridor and that you have manufacturing or transit uses on every single side?
Yes, that is true.
And is it true, as is stated in our charts, which are included in the findings of fact, that the route to the site is primarily a route on highways and there is minimal city streets that need to be traversed to get from the highways to the site?
That is correct.
Thank you. And is it true that the site has an existing driveway with visibility for site triangles for vehicular turns?
Yes, it does.
Is there any reason why adding the waste transfer station would mean you needed to accommodate larger vehicles than you already do?
No.
And the visibility, you haven't had any issues with those?
Not at all.
Great. And again, same size trucks, just different materials inside of the trucks. Have you had any issues with queuing of trucks along Kilbourne or any, problems with, creating log jams on Kilbourne or anything like that?
No, we haven't. And that's part of the design of our facility to begin with and the reasoning for putting the scale where it's at, to be far enough away from the entrance to minimize any kind of traffic on the Kilbourne.
And essentially we have open space on the southern half, call it 2/3 of the site. So there's lots of room for trucks to wait inside the boundaries of the site rather than be queued up on the street, correct?
Yes, and that's presently what happens.
Very good. And last but not least, is it true in your 8 years of experience as you've been operating as a Class 2 and Class 5 recycler that there have not been neighbor complaints, whether based on traffic or any other operational characteristics?
No, actually not one.
Thank you. And that really speaks to standard 5 as well, that the proposed special use is designed and proposed to be operated to minimize adverse impacts on air, land, and water quality by using the best commercially available pollution control technology. Brian, you there?
Yes.
Great. In your professional opinion, do you believe that the site, as it is proposed to be designed and operated, is using best commercially available pollution control technology?
I do.
Would you describe some of the ways in which, and you can be brief, but
Mhm.
would you please describe some of the ways in which the proposed operation is going to minimize impacts on air, land, and water quality?
Yes, there's several ways. A lot of them are they're all outlined in the environmental assessment. The Chicago Transfer Station rules outlines various procedures necessary to do just that, and we've addressed those various items. But some of the things include the incoming loads are required to be enclosed or tarped to prevent anything escaping. The operation is where all the material is handled is done indoors, and it's very similar to the way that the existing operation is handled, where vehicles dump their contents inside the building. There's quite a bit of room in the building. It's a large building, and so that doesn't become an issue. There's also daily cleaning requirements. There's a kind of a first in, first out. Materials come in. The first materials coming in are the first materials loaded to go out of the facility. So operationally, the material is not spending a lot of time, which is good from a air and odor and dust perspective. There's daily floor cleaning that takes place, and so I won't keep going on and on, but those are the main things, and I think it's all outlined in that environmental assessment as well.
Thank you, Brian. If we have 2 standards left, and I actually think I want to do the 7th one, the last one with you, Brian, because it does align closely with standard 5, and that's that the proposed special use is so designed, located, and proposed to be operated that the public health, safety, and welfare will be protected. In your professional opinion, will the proposed project meet that standard for a special use for the same reasons you just outlined relating to standard number 5?
Yes.
Thank you. And I'd like to go, Kareem, to you for the 6th standard, which, as you know, is the proposed special use is located and operated to minimize adverse effects on the economic development potential of the area and on the value of surrounding property. Would you describe, in your professional opinion, why you believe the proposed project is going to satisfy this 6th standard?
Yes, first of all, the surrounding property is used for rail and manufacturing uses. It's in a manufacturing corridor, and the applicant will continue to sort and their materials in the manner that they have been inside of the property, inside the enclosed building. Any waste materials taken inside for tipping and sorting. In addition to that, the screening and whatnot that are present on the property mitigates the exposure to have a negative effect on the value of surrounding properties.
Thank you, Kareem. Mr. Chairman and members of the ZBA, I also just want to say we received earlier this week 6 proposed conditions on which directly speak to screening, visual screening, and similar factors. And we are, the applicant is fine with all 6 of those, and we will adhere to all 6 of those conditions.
And those, Councilor, those are the conditions from the Department of Planning and Development, right? That
Correct.
I
Correct.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Okay, we will take it under consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
You too. Next up is 17620S and 17720S. And I will read the department's recommendation on both. For 17620S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed residential use below the second floor for a proposed 3-story, 6 dwelling unit building, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated June 5th, 2020, prepared by Hannah Architects, Inc. And for 17720S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed residential use below the second floor for a proposed 3-story, 9 dwelling unit building, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated June 5th, 2020, prepared by Hannah Architects, Inc. Counselor, when you're ready, we'll do the same drill. If you identify your witnesses, I'll swear them in, and then I'll let you give the exposition for the application.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Mark Kupiec. I'm an attorney with offices at 77 West Washington. I represent the applicant. And I have with me today, on behalf of the applicant, Roman Popovich. I also have John Hanna, the project architect, and Joe Ryan, our expert witness.
Okay, Mr. Popovich, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
You swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Hanna, are you on the line?
I am.
You swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Mr. Ryan, you're still on the line. You're still under oath. Affirmed? Mr. Ryan, are you on the line? There we go.
There we go. Yes.
Still under oath. Okay, and we still recognize your expertise.
Thank
Counselor,
you.
Okay,
Counselor.
sure. Mr. Chairman, we've got 2 cases, and each case for a separate building. However, the parcels and buildings are adjacent. We've got the same applicant. We've got the same relief in each case. We have the same witnesses. In each case, we're asking, it's an application for a special use to establish residential use below the second floor for the construction of a proposed residential building. So if it's acceptable, I think the evidence that we introduce would apply to both cases, and perhaps do them both at once.
Yes, both at once. 176 and 177 we're doing together.
Thank you. And 2 procedural matters. Number 1, please note in the second case, line number 177, I think there's a typo in the name of the applicant. The applicant should also read 5828 North Lincoln LLC. I think this is a typo.
Okay.
Then number 2, these months while we've been waiting for the hearing, given everything that's been going on, the architect has continued to work to refine his plan, and he has in fact produced a plan with some small technical revisions to make it a little more permit friendly. And we did file the revised plan with you, substantially the same building, exactly the same relief, but we would like to proceed on the revised plan.
Let's do that.
Good. So then with that, I would like to say that just a little bit of an overview. The 2 buildings would be on Lincoln Avenue. And this stretch of Lincoln Avenue, different than the Lincoln Avenue that you'd see down in Lincoln Park. This stretch of Lincoln Avenue is a 4-lane street with a median. There's actually a mix of uses at this stretch of Lincoln. For example, across the street from the subject property is Mather High School. And the Mather High School site is actually zoned R3. Also, 2 blocks down from the subject property on Lincoln, there's a block that's zoned R5. The city of Chicago just recently issued a building permit to build a 6-flat building at 5914 North Lincoln on that particular R5 block. So you've got some different uses at this stretch of Lincoln. Also, I'd like you to take judicial notice of the fact that with this virus situation in the city and the city shelter-in-place order with businesses having been closed in excess of 2 months, the market for commercial space could be more uncertain as we move forward into the future. The subject property is on the corner of Lincoln and Richmond. It is vacant and has been vacant for some time. And just as spelled out in the agenda, the first case proposes a new building at 5824 Lincoln. That would be a new 6-unit residential building. And then the other case would propose a 9-unit building at 5830 Lincoln. That would actually be the corner property. Excuse me. First witness, Roman Popovich. Roman, would you state your name and your address?
Yes, my name is Roman Popovich, 2502 West Superior, Chicago, Illinois, 60612.
Roman, is it true that you are a member and the manager of the applicant LLC?
Yes, I am.
Also true that your LLC owns the subject property?
Yes,
Roman, is it true, as I stated, that you would propose to build a 6-unit building at 5824 North Lincoln?
yes,
And also a 9-unit building at 5830 North Lincoln?
yes,
And Roman, you signed an affidavit in connection with this case today that we filed with the board?
yes,
And Roman, if I continue to question you, would you testify consistent with that affidavit?
yes, I will.
Roman, is it also true this property is a corner property at the corner of Lincoln and Richmond?
Yes, it is.
And it is vacant?
Yes,
About how long has it been vacant?
due to the information since 2008.
Okay. Is it
Or-
true that you talked to the next door neighbor to the south?
Yes, I did.
And you explained your project?
Yes, I explained the project.
Also true that he had no complaints about the project?
No, actually, they were happy that property will be developed because it's creating a lot of traffic through the property. So they will be happy to have project developed at the site.
Okay, sounds good. Mr. Chairman, if there are no questions, I proceed to the next witness.
Yeah, let's go through everybody and then we'll open up for questions.
Good. John Hanna. John, would you state your name and your address?
John Hanna, president of Hanna Architects, Inc., 180 West Washington, Chicago, Illinois.
And John, you are the project architect?
That is correct.
And was I correct explaining your revised plan with some technical changes?
That's correct.
Good. John, also true that you had signed an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today?
I did.
And if I were to continue to question you, true that your answers would be consistent with that affidavit?
They would.
That's all I have for John, unless there were questions.
Can you, Counselor, will you just, I want to just confirm the date of the revised plans that were submitted, the date on the plans?
Sure. Mr. Hanna, could you address that?
No, I don't have them handy. I can't.
Well, Mr. Chairman, there'd be two sets of plans. It was the original plan that we submitted back, I think in February, when we first filed the case. And perhaps staff could confirm that we more recently submitted a second set of plans. Perhaps staff could help identify that second set.
All right, let them see if they can look that up. While they're doing that, let's keep going.
Good. Next, I'd like to call Joe Ryan. Joe, would you state your name and your address?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Point Avenue in Chicago.
And Joe, did you prepare a report, an exhibit in connection with your testimony here today?
I did.
And your resume and credentials are in that report?
They are.
And of course, we'd asked Joe to testify as an expert witness.
Yep, we recognize his expertise.
Joe, is it true that you're familiar with the subject property and the surrounding area?
I am.
And you're familiar now with the proposed use at this location?
That's correct.
So in your opinion, is it true that the proposed use at this location complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance?
It does. I address those criteria in my report.
Also true, Joe, that this use at this location will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood?
No, it will not. There are two substantial residential buildings between this site and Peterson Avenue on the same side of the street as the subject, west side.
Good. Also true that the materials in your report further support your opinions?
Yes.
Joe, also true, if I continue to ask you questions, you would testify consistent with your report?
I would.
Good. So, Mr. Chairman, I think that's all I addressed on the report and the affidavits introduced. And if you have questions, the witnesses are available for questions.
Are there any questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is Agnes Pleka, attorney with Law Office of Mark Kupiec and Associates. If I'd like to clarify that I just double checked the records, and we did submit those revised plans on May 29th to ZBA. And the date on those plans were April 1st, 2020.
April 1st, 2020. So then let me just ask the department, do we need to amend your letter of recommendation? I believe you're referencing a June 5th plan.
We can change the recommendation to the April 1st. We didn't have a date on the plans. That's why we used June 5th.
Got it. Okay. Any questions from the board? Not, then we will take it under consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we are doing 17820Z. Counselor, when you're ready, we'll do the same drill. If you'll introduce your witnesses, we'll swear them in, and then we'll let you get to the case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Tyler Manick of the Shane Banks Law Firm. I am here with the witnesses, the applicant Sean Sirkin and the project architect John Hanna.
Mr. Sirkin, are you on the line?
Yes.
Do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Yes, you're on the line still?
I am.
You're still under oath, confirmed?
Yes.
Okay, Counselor, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The proposed variation seeks to reduce the rear setback from 30 feet to 16 feet. The proposed variation allows for the construction of a 4-story mixed-use building with 3 dwelling units and 3 parking spaces on the existing vacant lot. The design was prepared in accordance with the Pilsen Historic District and approved by the Landmarks Department. The ground floor of the building will be used to expand the dental practice of the applicant's wife, who's been operating at 971 West 18th Street for the past nearly 4 years. The applicant also resides at the property at 971 West 18th Street for the past 4 years. The property is 25 feet by 100 feet deep. The property's 100-foot depth makes it substandard lot under section 1717-02174 of the Chicago zoning ordinance, which poses a hardship on the applicant to comply with the rear setback requirement. Due to the substandard depths of the lot, the ordinance requires that 1/3 of the total lot would be dedicated to the rear setback, which makes any development of this lot impractical. At this time, I'd like to call Mr. Sirkin as a witness.
Go ahead.
Please state your name for the record.
Sean Sirkin,
And what is your address?
971 West 18th Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60608.
And that's the property next door to the subject lot, correct?
Correct.
And you signed an affidavit to support this application for a variation, correct?
Yes.
Do you adopt the testimony that you made in your affidavit as your testimony here today?
Yes.
And you've met with your neighbors due to your residence at this lot, correct?
Yes, we have.
You're supportive of these plans, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And you've met with the alderman regarding these plans?
I have met with the alderman and they have approved of the plan as well.
Thank you. Unless the board has any questions for Mr. Sirkin, I'll move to Mr. Hanna.
Yeah, let's keep going and then we'll do questions at the end.
Please state your name for the record, Mr. Hanna.
John Hanna, president of Hanna Architects Inc., 180 West Washington, Chicago, Illinois.
And you're a licensed architect with the state of Illinois, correct?
That is correct.
And you prepared the plans that are subject to this variation application?
I did.
And you signed an affidavit to support this application for variation, correct?
I did.
Do you adopt the testimony that you made in the affidavit as your testimony here today?
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I have no further questions for Mr. Hannah either. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
I just would like to get a little bit of clarity on the argument for the rate of return. Is the exhibit that you had submitted with the application, is that assuming that the applicant is still continuing to keep the property at 971? Or are they getting rid of that property and just moving everything to this one?
They're keeping the property at 971 West 18th. This doesn't incorporate, they're two separate developments.
Only on the one on the 969, right?
Correct.
Got it. Okay. And ultimately then the hardship argument is because the lot is short, you would need to basically drop a bedroom in each apartment if you did not get the variation.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
You mentioned that you met with the neighbors in 971. Did you meet with the neighbors on the other side?
So yeah, 971 is a corner building where my wife's dental practice is on the first floor. Then there is a vacant lot, which is 969, which we own, which was the proposed development. The next west to us is the street. So there's nothing there. And then we met with the neighbors who own 965, which is, if you saw in the pictures, that's the gym, and met with that landlord as well. And he's in favor of the development.
Okay. So 965, that was, yeah, I wanted to go both directions. 100%.
Yes, yes.
And you said at the beginning that this was to expand the dental practice. Does that have to deal with the variance that there's more space? Could you talk about that a little bit, how it relates to the?
I didn't quite hear the last part. But yes, basically part of this development would be to expand my wife's dental practice as she's kind of run out of space in 971. So this new development would actually expand her dental practice to allow us to serve more members of the community. A large majority of her patients are from the community.
So would the dental practice be in both 969 and 971?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yes.
That's the part that I was not understanding, since they seem to be built at the same size. I'm like, I don't know if it's really going to be bigger. Got it.
Exactly. Yep. It would expand right over there to basically allow her double size and to allow her to get more operatories in there.
Got it. And will the buildings be connected, or they're just next to each other?
Yeah, well, we're gonna, we'll request another permit later, but it will just be connecting within the commercial unit so that it allows free flow for the dentists and the patients to be able to get to whichever side is, they're getting the work done on.
Okay. Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
I have one other question. This is Zurich Esposito. So if you're expanding the dental office, do you have any concerns about parking for your patrons?
So we will still have, a big part of it right now is the lot that's there is kind of used for either tenants in the building or other patrons, but there's so many local residents who come. That's a lot of walk-in come in the neighborhood. We also will have 3 parking spots in the back of this current building. There's not going to be a garage, it's a parking pad. We currently have 3 spots behind 971, so there will still be 6 parking spots behind the building for patients as needed.
Thank you.
There's not a large demand for parking though, just because of the neighborhood, the neighborhood customers really.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next up is 17920Z. Counselor, when you're ready, we'll do the same drill. If you identify your witnesses, I'll swear them in and then we'll get into the case.
Sure. Katrina McGuire here. I don't know, can you see my video?
No,
Oh, here we go. Maybe that works.
there you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Katrina McGuire from Thompson Coburn with offices at 55 East Monroe Street. Here on behalf of 961 West Montana LLC, that is the owner and the applicant for this subject application located at 963 West Montana. With me today should be both James Jan as manager of the owner LLC, as well as Jean Dufresne of Space Architects and Planners, the project architects for the project.
Mr. Jan, are you here?
Here, yes,
You ready to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Dufresne, are you here?
Yes, I am.
And do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you. Just as a little bit of backstory on this site, this is a parcel that was rezoned back in late fall of 2019. In advance of that rezoning application, we engaged in a community process that involved communications and meetings with our direct neighbors, as well as broader community meetings that were hosted by the neighborhood organization, which is Wrightwood Neighbors, and we do enjoy their support for this project. I'll note that Alderman Smith's office did submit a letter late yesterday that outlined both the history of the community engagement process as well as her support. The site is what I'd like to call sort of a poster child for a variation. It's an irregularly shaped lot, a trapezoid. It is 43 feet, has 43 feet of frontage along Montana, and then narrows down to less than 22 feet at the rear. It's directly adjacent to the CTA, as you can see from the photo. And we do have one existing residential neighbor to our east. We are seeking to reduce, another unusual aspect of the lot is that it is only 116 feet. We are seeking to reduce the west side setback to 0. We will be providing a 4.5-foot setback on our west side, which is on our east side, I apologize, which is directly adjacent to our neighbors, as well as seeking to reduce the rear setback from the required 30 feet to 20 feet. Affidavits were submitted by both Mr. Jan and Mr. Dufresne that set forth both the unique conditions of the parcel as well as the hardships that are created as a result of those unique conditions. And specifically that without the variations, only half of the proposed units could be constructed on this site than what are proposed. And even with the variations, the rate of return on this project is less than 13%. Without the variations, the project simply is not economically feasible. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I would like to just ask my witnesses if their testimony today would be consistent with the affidavits as submitted.
Yeah, please proceed and let's just get them on the record, then we'll do any questions.
Okay, great. Mr. Jan, if you could please state your full name and address for the record, please.
James D. Jan, 1428 North State Street, Chicago, Illinois.
And you are the manager of the applicant and owner entity, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you submitted an affidavit in conjunction with this matter that summarized that summarizes your testimony here today, is that correct?
It is correct.
And if you testified today, your testimony would be consistent with the statements that you made in that affidavit, is that correct?
Be consistent with those statements.
Thank you. Mr. Dufresne, if you could please state your full name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Jean Dufresne, Space Architects and Planners, 2149 North Talman, Chicago, Illinois, 60647.
Thank you. And you are the project architect, is that correct?
Correct.
And like Mr. Jan, you submitted an affidavit in conjunction with this matter outlining your testimony, is that correct?
Yes.
If you were asked to testify today, your testimony would be consistent with the statements that you made in that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further. We're happy to answer any questions that the board might have.
Any questions from the board?
Could you talk a little bit about any coordination you've had with the CTA given the adjacent nature of the parcel?
Sure. Mr. Dufresne or Mr. Jan, do you want to talk about that?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Jim, go ahead.
We've just completed a project at Southport, or in the process of completing the project at Southport and Roscoe, where we built adjacent to the CTA. So I've had a number of conversations with them about building next to the CTA. My subcontractors have all gone to CTA rail safety program and been certified. We've had on-site meetings through that. We've notified them that this is our next project and are making preparations to work in conjunction with them again. It was a very successful interchange with working immediately next to the CTA station for the Roscoe stop. So I feel our expertise is pretty high at being able to do this.
Okay, great. I was curious about the adjacent construction concerns along the way. And then to understand the setback, the west setback that's going to be set to 0, that's along the CTA side of the building. I just want to make sure I'm orienting myself correctly.
That's correct.
Yep.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, can you speak to I know you said that it would be financially infeasible without the variation, but can you speak to the return in that scenario? Can you give us more detail?
It would be in the single digits, if not lower. Not a project we could get underwritten without the variation.
And John, maybe you can add to it too, that the way that the site lays out makes constructing 8 units, they become basically non-functioning units if you were to fulfill the setback requirements. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Sure. Part of it is the fact that we're adjacent. The part of the reason we have the width of our side yard on the east is the adjacency to a residential district, and this is a B district. We'd have to apply the same rules of the setback to the west. So the lot is already extremely sort of skinny towards the back. It's oddly shaped. So in order to accommodate those setbacks on both sides, and especially an extra 10 feet in the back, the building footprint gets too small to incorporate 2 means of egress and all of that. So unfortunately, by that point, the building is basically suitable for 1 unit per floor.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we're going to do 13320Z and 13420Z. Counselor, when you're ready, same drill.
Okay, it's Nick Fatikas. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
And I'm not showing, it's actually showing Sarah's face, not mine. Do you have video feed or no?
No.
Hold on 1 second.
There you go.
Okay, perfect.
If you would identify your witnesses, I'll swear them in and then we'll get going.
Perfect. I'll identify my witnesses on the applications for 13320Z and 13420Z. I have Mr. Jack Duncan on behalf of the applicant and our project architect, Mr. John Hanna.
And Mr. Duncan, are you on the line?
I am.
Do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
And Mr. Hanna, you're on the line still?
I am.
And you're continuing to be under oath?
Yes.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sandbanks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, CA Residential 3524 North Southport LLC. The applicant owns the subject property at 3524 North Southport. It's a 25-foot wide by 120.2 foot deep lot that's currently vacant and shown in the photo that staff has on the slide. The applicant is proposing to develop the property with a new 4-story mixed-use building that would have a grade level retail space and then 3 residential units above. The issue is that the subject lot, again, is about 5 feet short of the technical requirement. So it measures only 120.2 feet in depth. In order to permit our design, we're seeking variations to reduce the rear setback from the required 30 feet to 6.69 feet and increase the height of the proposed mixed-use building from 50 feet to 55 feet. And if I can call Mr. Duncan as my first witness, we can go from there.
Please do.
Jack, can you please state your name and address for the record again?
Name Jack Duncan, 130 East Randolph Street, Suite 2100.
And again, you're the managing member of the applicant, CA Residential 3524 North Southport LLC.
Yes, sir.
And as I described it, the entity owns the subject property,
Yes, sir.
and you're proposing to develop it with a new 4-story building. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And the plans require variations because of the substandard lot dimensions. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
And is it true that you worked with the West Lakeview neighbors and Alderman Tom Tunney to secure a type 1 zoning change to be able to come before the board on the variation requests?
Yes, sir.
And is it your understanding that you still have their support to proceed with the project today?
Yes, sir.
And Chairman, we did submit a letter from Alderman Tunney. I believe it was dated in April to the record.
We do. We have it just for our, so everyone's on the same page. It's a letter of no objection.
Correct.
So-
No, understood. And Jack, is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes, sir.
And if you were to continue to testify, would those statements be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
Thank you. John Hanna, can you state your name and address for the record?
John Hanna, President of Hanna Architects, Inc., 180 West Washington, Chicago, Illinois.
And you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois?
I am.
And you designed the proposed 4-story mixed-use building for the subject property, is that right?
That's correct.
And is it your professional opinion that the substandard lot depth, along with what we're calling our attempt to match the general pattern of development within the Southport corridor, create the particular hardships or practical difficulties in this case?
It does.
And so we're clear, the rear setback reduction, again, is a function of the lot's substandard depth dimension, right?
Correct.
And separate and apart from the rear balconies, the rear building wall will still remain about 21 feet away or separated from the rear property line. Is that true?
That's correct.
And that's generally consistent again with the makeup of the mixed-use buildings in the immediate area along Southport.
Right. Actually, it's 14 foot 9 inches, I think is the correct number from the back alley.
And does that include
14 foot 5 inches.
Does that include the balconies? I just want to make sure we're clear.
Does not include the balconies.
Okay. Okay, and then with the with respect to the height increase, really what we're trying to do is maintain a strong retail presence by having a 15-foot first floor. Is that right?
That's correct. It was a requirement of the tenant.
Right, and that's something that we discussed with both the neighborhood organization and the alderman, correct?
That's correct.
And that first floor retail presence is important because again, there are a lot of established retail spaces along the Southport stretch. Is that true?
It's critical, actually, yes.
And then with respect to the actual building height dimension, meaning the 4-story component, the building height will measure 46 feet 3 inches to the underside of the parapet wall. Is that true?
That's true.
Which again, in context with our partners with the neighborhood organization, maintains a 4-story presence. Is that right?
That's true, yes.
Also within the otherwise allowed 50-foot height limitation.
Correct.
And John, is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. That concludes our the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the commissioners may have about the project.
So on the variation for the height, if I'm understanding the hardship argument is essentially that you're concerned in this market about not being able to find a tenant. You need a tenant because you can't really justify residential ground floor in the area. And you're attempting to have a 15-foot ceiling basically for the commercial unit as added amenity to attract a tenant, and you have one who has actually required it.
Exactly, and we have a letter of intent from Susie Cakes, which is a local bakery, which I again, without speaking for the alderman's office or the community organization, people seem pretty excited about. And there were certain requirements that they had asked us to incorporate into the plan, which again, we started from the very beginning in our community review process, and that was one of the outcomes of the review, is that was an acceptable height for the first floor. And then again, what we were trying to make clear is with respect to the height of the building, the 4-story component is all within the code. It's the height increase that's to accommodate the 15-foot first floor, together with the elevator and the override and the access room on the roof. Those are where the building gets taller, and I think that's probably the best elevation to look at.
Okay. And on the second variation, can you talk through the mechanics? So you have the hardship essentially is you're 5 feet short of standard. So what is it that if you weren't able to drop your setback, whatever that is, 23 feet, how is that actually physically affecting the development?
What it would do is it would force us to, so in addition to having an identified a tenant for this retail space, what we were trying to do is provide a 3-bedroom unit size. And if we have to claw back the size of the units, we're very concerned about the ability to achieve the price points to support the project. So what we've tried to do is get to that, call it 21 and a half foot mark, knowing that it's a substandard lot, but also taking into context the rest of the makeup of the block. If you were to look just at the aerial view from the zoning map, the west side of the block almost entirely is made up of buildings that extend to the rear property line. We're not going as far as those are, but we certainly don't think it's out of character to ask for that relief on a substandard lot.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is 13620. 20Z, 13620Z.
Are we?
Let's see, when you're ready, looks like you have 2 witnesses for this one. So if you'll go ahead and introduce them, I'll get them sworn in.
Yes, sir. My first witness will be Mr. John Downs, the president of the applicant.
Okay.
And our second witness will be Mr. Michael Cox. He's the licensed engineer testifying to the standards.
Okay. Mr. Cox, are you on the line?
Yes,
And do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
And Mr. Downs, are you on the line?
I am.
And you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you again. For the record, Nick Fatikas from the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, John Downs Construction Incorporated. The applicant owns the subject property at 3149 North Sawyer. The subject lot is triangular and actually lacks access to a public alley. The front property line, as we're treating it, would be located along North Sawyer, and the North Avondale, which runs at an angle, would effectively serve as the rear of our site. Now, the applicant is proposing to develop the property with a 3-story, 7-unit residential building. In order to permit the building on the triangular lot, the applicant is seeking a variation to reduce the front setback from North Sawyer from the required 6.27 feet to 0. There will be, again, 2 witnesses, Mr. Downs and Mr. Cox. And if I can call my first witness, Mr. Downs.
Please do.
John, can you please state your name and address for the record?
John Downs, 114 South Chester Avenue, Park Ridge.
You're the president of the applicant, John Downs Construction Incorporated, is that right?
Yes.
And you, that entity owns the subject property at 3149 North Sawyer?
Correct.
And you're planning to develop the currently vacant lot with a new 3-story, 7-unit residential building, is that right?
Yes.
And you're seeking variations because the lot is a triangle and it also lacks alley access, is that right?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
Mike, are you still there?
Yes.
Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes. Michael Cox, 120 West Madison in Chicago.
And you're a licensed structural engineer in the state of Illinois?
Yes,
And you've previously testified in that capacity before this board, is that right?
I have.
And you designed the proposed 7-unit residential building for the subject property?
Correct.
And is it your professional opinion that the atypical lot dimensions, the triangular shape, and the lack of alley access together create the particular hardships or practical difficulties in this case?
Yes.
And still you believe if the variations are approved, the resulting development will be consistent, compatible with the other multi-unit residential buildings in the immediate area, is that right?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
It is.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
It would.
Thank you very much, Chair. The only thing I'd add is that we worked for over a year and a half with Alderman Rosa's office. We hosted 2 community meetings, and we're here again as kind of the part 2 of a type 1 zoning change application specific to this development. We also, and I stated this in the economic disclosure, that the economic analysis, that we've also committed to providing one of the units at a reduced rent per the alderman and the community's request. So that's all part of what's being presented to the board today.
And can you just tie a little more directly the identified hardships with the triangular shape and the lack of alley access, how that specifically is impacting your rate of return?
Well, it affects our rate of return because without the variations in this case, the lot is effectively it's not developable, or at least it's not developable with a project that's viable. The fact that we don't have an alley forces us to configure 2 different access points, which again takes up square footage that could otherwise be used for the building. And then on top of that, because it's the corner lot and it comes to a point at Belmont, a suggestion was made, again, kind of going off topic here, but a suggestion was made to hold that corner and serve as a little bit of a buffer between basically our lot and the residential street that follows along Sawyer. But again, without the variations, because it's a triangular lot and because it lacks alley access, some level of variation would be required to develop the property.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Has there been any direct coordination with the neighbor directly to the south?
The neighbor to the south participated in the community group, the community meeting process. We haven't heard of any outstanding objection. Frankly, I don't think we would have gotten through the zoning change process had there been an objection. Again, without getting into more detail than necessary, we started with a little bit of a denser project and we came back to the 7-unit design, which the community and the alderman ultimately supported to allow us to come before the board.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you. We'll take it under consideration.
Great, thanks guys.
Thank you.
Next up is 5520Z. Okay, Mr. Caldwell, when you're ready, why don't you identify who else is on the line with you? I'll swear everybody in and then we will try this one again.
Kareem Musawi is online as well.
Kareem, you are still under oath.
Yes, sir.
And let's see, I see Victor, is it Dropso?
Yes, yes, it is. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
And can you identify what your relationship is to this application?
I am a licensed architect, owner of Red Architects, 2123 North Dana.
And then, Mr. Caldwell, are you on the line? You may have to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, this is Mr. Caldwell.
Great. Do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Let's start from the top. And why don't you talk through again variations that you were seeking and why?
Kareem?
Yes. So this is, Mr. Chairman, this is Kareem Musawi. And this is an application that came about as a result of a court case 15-MI-4029SS or 55, in which there was some construction done that did not meet the zoning codes requirements. And so there had to be a map amendment and the application for variations that are before you today.
Okay. And talk me through what your hardships are. If memory serves, the underlying issue was that you had essentially built two principal buildings on the lot, right? I mean, give us the whole exposition. I know now we have your architect here, so let's get all this on the record.
Victor?
Yes, sir.
So yes, there are two principal buildings on the lot. They were not connected. The architect, Red Architect, had designed a breezeway and garage connection from the front building to the rear building.
Right. So essentially correct. So what it is that by creating that breezeway, we're connecting the front building with the rear building, making it as a one structure. And also there is we're providing a parking for the two units that are they're existing at this time.
You're attempting to legalize the two buildings by making them one building through the use of this breezeway?
That is correct.
And then talk to me about how the variations you're requesting, why they're required to be able to do that.
Right. Since we are a B-zoned property, but our neighbors are R-zoned, which that would still put us in a rear with some setbacks that would be required. So a current building that is also we're trying to legalize is already encroaching these setbacks, and the breezeway would also encroach that setback. So we're asking for a 0 side and front setbacks to allow for the breezeway, the parking, to legalize the existing rear building with the connection of the breezeway, making it one building. And then the front 0 setback would be to allow us a construction of a fence. I think there was an agreement that it would be a 5-foot high fence. I think on our plans you see a 6-foot high fence, and that would put everything in a legal manner.
Let me back you up a minute. So you in addition to having to legalize, in addition to having to merge the two principal buildings into one, you need the parking, presumably, is required.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So the back of the property is is a Little Calumet River. which there is no access to an alley. The only access to with the parking is a side driveway, and the parking would be allocated between the two structures with the connection of the breezeway.
Okay. And that's for purposes of the, that covers the two side setbacks essentially, right? The east side setback and the west side setback are for purposes of the breezeway. And because the two structures are already encroaching on those setbacks. And that also accommodates for the garage or the parking. And then the variation for the front setback is just for the purposes of having this fence that's 6 feet tall.
That is correct.
Correct.
And talk to me about why you need a 6 foot tall fence.
I think I would let the owner, Mr. Caldwell, actually answer the question. Mr. Caldwell?
Caldwell, you have to unmute your screen.
You're muted, Mr. Caldwell. You have to unmute yourself.
There's like a red microphone that is slashed on the bottom left corner. I think we could hear it. Can you say something?
Victor, could you call somebody to give him some tech support?
Okay.
While he's doing
Caldwell, it's at Victor's office, the architect's office.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect.
You hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right, Victor's employee came down. Okay, so.
Sorry about
No, listen. Hello?
Hi,
We can hear
Mr.
you.
Caldwell. We're talking
Yes.
about the fence. Why do you need this 6
The
foot fence?
fence, it was really just to look for it, but I have recently gone up into the North Shore area. I think a wooden fence is about a 5 footer, about 5.5 would be fine. It'd be fine. And I probably will now do this in masonry. If it has to be on the property line, I can agree to change that to a wrought iron fence. Give me a wrought iron fence at 6 feet, that would be fine. I think that we talked about that the last time, over and above that all brick fence. I would like to have the 6, but I can do all right with the 5.5.
Okay, and I think you don't need the variation for a 5 foot, right?
The 5 foot is standard wooden panel. I guess that'd be fine. That'd be fine.
Right, for a 5 foot open fence, you wouldn't need the variation.
Right.
I could do it to 5. I really looked at that situation. It may be over too much, so the 5 foot would be fine.
But I think the fence is that the fence that you're requesting is a solid fence. And I think the fence that would not require any variance would be would have to have some form of transparency in there, right?
Right.
So what kind of,
It'll be a wrought iron fence, open web wrought iron fence.
okay. All right, then we would not need a variance, I guess, for the front setback.
Okay, so then it sounds like we're withdrawing the request for the front setback variation. And again, just to reiterate, we are the variations for the east and west side setbacks are for purposes of building this breezeway and getting parking so that you can meet your parking requirement and come into compliance, and to connect these two buildings into one and come into compliance on that front.
That is true.
And the hard, go ahead.
Just, I would like to make sure that, because we do have a part of another breezeway being constructed in the main front building, and that is 29 feet 7 inches. from the property line, front property line. And just, I know that we're withdrawing the front setback, but I'm not 100% sure would that breezeway would be affected by removing that front setback request. So at least if we could have an understanding that that front breezeway with a front setback of 29'7" will be still accepted.
Your front, so just looking at this, so you need.
See, the front building has next to the asphalt driveway, there's a small breezeway that is there. Okay, and so that is part of a new construction, but since we're withdrawing the front setback, I am not 100% sure if we are in the setback requirements for that breezeway. So what I would like to at least request is that the 29'7" front setback would be acceptable.
It looks like your required setback is 15.41. So how much of that let's see.
Yeah, no, in that case, we would be fine. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, because the breezeway is about 29'7", so we're within that front setback.
Maybe the easiest way to do that is that we would not withdraw the request for that, for the front setback variation, but if we approved it, we would approve it with the condition that you would have the 5-foot wrought iron fence.
That's better. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Any questions from the board? Sounds like we got this one clarified this time. Second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful afternoon.
We will take it under consideration. Thank you. Okay, so then on that note, I move that we convene into closed session pursuant to section 2C4 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session. For those viewing by live stream, we will return from our closed session and the live stream will continue at that point for our votes. So Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
and Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Okay, we are moving into closed session. Okay, I move we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Okay, we are back in open session. We will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. I move to approve board calendar 15420S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye, that matter is approved. I move to approve board calendar 15520Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia, one more time.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye, that matter is approved. I move to approve 15620S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye, that matter is approved. I move to approve 15720S and 15820Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye, those matters are approved. I move to approve 16120Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye, that matter is approved. I move to approve 16320S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chairman votes aye, that matter is approved. I move to approve 16420S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
I'm recused.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye, that matter is approved. I move to approve board calendars 16520S, 16620Z, and 16720Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye, those matters are approved. I move to approve 16820S and 16920S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye, those matters are approved. I move to approve 17020S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye, that matter is approved. I move to approve 17120S and 17220Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye, those matters are approved. I move to approve 17320S and 17420Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye, those matters are approved. I move to approve 17520S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye, that matter is approved. I move to approve 17620S and 17720S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye, those matters are approved. I move to approve 17820Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye, that matter is approved. I move to approve 17920Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye, that matter is approved. I move to approve 18020S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye, that matter is approved. I move to approve 13320Z and 13420Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chairman votes aye. Those two matters are approved. I move to approve 13620Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye, that matter is approved. I move to reject for 5520Z, I move to reject the front setback variation and to approve the side setbacks on the condition that the applicant follow the plans as submitted, with the exception of the front fence that was submitted, as the board is denying that front setback variation. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chairman votes aye. That matter is approved as amended. I move to approve the written resolutions containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for board calendar number 548-19A and 590-19A. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chairman votes aye. Those resolutions are approved. I move we adjourn the meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.